And welcome everybody to Triton-Cup 127. This is the final Dapple Production tournament of the year 2025. I am back here with Moku, ready to watch the best Splat Zones action. Moku, how are you today?
I'm feeling pumped up for a tournament here, Pat, and we've got plenty of action for y'all today in this Triton-Cup 127. And Pat, how have you been doing?
I've been doing great, honestly, having a good time. Christmas is getting closer and closer, and I can't wait to spend some time with my family, rest a little bit. And yeah, especially, but we still get to watch some more Splatoon, which I always love. We're going to start with round number 1, a best of 3, of course. That's going to be between Goomba Jumpscare against Pulse Check.
Goombas? I thought I stepped on plenty of those. I think we all have back in those days, and we still do. Mario's still going at it. We're going to start with Spot Zones on Hagglefish Market, the bread and butter of Comp Splatoon, everybody.
Yep, very much the classic zones map that was chosen by the Goomba Jumpscare. And yeah, I haven't played a Mario game in months now. I realize I love Mario so much, but every once in a while you have to step on a Goomba.
Indeed, you do. I think the last one I played was Mario Wonder, and we're getting right into it, Pat.
Yeah. I'd like to give a shout out on the side of Pulse Check. That player Hoken is both a legend of Salmon Run and a legend of Splatoon speedrunning. Like, Hoken has done it all, and is very much one of these all well-rounded Splatoon player to always watch.
I've heard about Hoken before. I need to pay more attention to Hoken, and we're already starting with Pulse Check getting that zone, and Viper getting sloshed by Hoken himself.
Yeah, right.
Jumping in.
Yeah, that's control by Pulse Check right there. And it looks like Goomba Jumpscare are still next to the zone. They're ready to repaint it, apply some penalty. The crab tank is deployed, but it's forced to move and gets splatted by the strikes. That is so unfortunate for Goomba Jumpscare. Pulse Check getting all the splats now, cleaning up left and right. They're gonna push forward in front of the zone.
Indeed, and we're seeing Chai going down to a nicely timed Fizzy bomb. Oh, I'm sorry, that was a Splat Bomb. I thought I saw Fizzy on that. And there's a lot of paint control here by Pulse Check. As the strikes come out, they're going for that lockout as Fizzy goes down. And not one stone is being left unturned in this match here, Pat.
Yeah, right now Pulse Check are not stopping the onslaught, very much in control, and that crab is completely countered again. Goomba Jumpscare not really able to establish any momentum. There's only 15 ticks left onto the zone right there. Goomba Jumpscare out of players and out of time. The Splash is the last one standing, trying to paint, but it's too late, Moku.
Indeed, nice job both teams so far. And you were right about them stopping their momentum. Pulse Check had a lot of map control and always knew where to sit to jump scare Goomba Jumpscare. Kind of ironic there. But it's still early in the set, and Goomba Jumpscare can jumpscare us.
Yeah, everything is always possible, of course. But that was very much a big opening by Pulse Check. And we really saw them take control of the zone and then not let Goomba Jumpscare get momentum. Goomba Jumpscare, they wanted to come back onto the zone a bit too fast, which meant they were always losing that one player that was activating the special, and they were not able to get team momentum right there. But going onto Urchin Underpass, this is a map that allows the team to come back onto the zone much more easily, as you always have a way onto the zone, even if it's a sneaky way, which means we should be able to see Goomba Jumpscare repaint the zone and retake some control.
Indeed, and for a hyper 5 comp like Pulse Check has,
Mm-hmm.
they might struggle a little bit over the terrain, and there's a long way to go to the zone anyway, so plenty of Ninja Squid, plenty of swim speed up, and you're already on the right track. What do you think?
Oh yeah, I completely agree with you. I think Goomba Jumpscare can very much get their comeback. Interestingly, that's still a map that was put on the list by Pulse Check, so still very much a danger for Goomba Jumpscare, but I think this is a better map for them. They will have more opportunities. I mean, these two teams are a close seed. I think if Goomba and Jumpscare are given these opportunities, they could very much make it work. But we haven't seen Goomba and Jumpscare really getting ground, having paint around, and being able to do the things they want to do. They've been kind of reacting to what Pulse Check is doing. If they can find at least once ways to get in, that could be good for them. And we see a few comp changes, Moku.
Indeed, we do. I'm seeing dually sculptures over on Luck's side and some Dapple dualies.
Yeah,
on Vizzy.
We do love the Dapples here at Dapple Production.
Indeed, we do. And already with a nice opening on the side of Goomba Jumpscare, taking that pain control. One already going down. Brush Mummy having gone down, but fine motion, taking control back, trying to turn this crab into crab boil. Crab gets. Ooh, that was a nice pinch. Yeah. And Goomba Jumpscare, I think we might be seeing a cap here.
Yeah, I mean, they're still on top of this fight, and they're going to get the zone, but they lost 2 players in the process. Pulse Check now still in that fight, but oh wait, Pulse Check losing player, and it looks like Goomba Jumpscare are keeping the zone and getting the lead.
That's right, and we're seeing a flank on that crab trying to turn into crab boil. Ooh, getting cancelled mid-hammer while Pulse Check has the zone right now. Goomba Jumpscare has time to get the zone back with Vizzy going down.
I just noticed that Pulse Check has double hammer, and right now they're just getting splat after splat, still going in, and it's working for them. They get the lead back, and they have so much ground. And look, everything is painted blue right now.
Indeed, and it seems like they're trying to go for that hyper dive. Brush Mommy going down to Vizzy on the Dapple dualies, making their way up to the zone. Unfortunately, going down to the Rapid Blaster. Try also going down. It seems like they knew what they were doing. They caught on to Goomba Jumpscare's tricks.
And it's the Goomba Hammer that is being thrown. That's going to allow Goomba Jumpscare to get the zone back and apply penalty. That is big. Goomba Jumpscare is still in this game right now as Pulse Check are punishing the push right there. Goomba Jumpscare used all of their resources just to paint the zone, and now it's Pulse Check retaking control and being back on the attack, Moku.
Yeah, as we saw, Brush Mummy took out one of their teammates and is skirmishing around the base, trying to be a distraction and flanking. Ooh, trying to mount that flank, but Ink Mine taking down Skaboop on the stamp. And we're currently in kind of neutral until Pulse Check gets the zone back. Hammer comes out, doesn't get anybody, but Brush Mummy going down to Wiper.
Yeah, that Wiper got enough presence to let the rest of the team come in, get the wipe out, get the zone. This is the opportunity for Goomba Jumpscare. This is now. We haven't seen them yet be completely in control, and this is where we see if they're able to really hold the zone, Moku.
Indeed, this is the moment of truth. They had a wipeout on Pulse Check, and that was all they need to whittle down penalty, and they've got 45 ticks left, and we need to see if they can hold the zone. I love this positioning here on right. The hammer coming back out.
Well, that hammer just got a double and is giving the zone back to Pulse Check. No lead for Goomba Jumpscare, and with 1.5 minutes in the game, I mean, there's still plenty of time, but Goomba Jumpscare needs another monster push if they want to get back control, as Pulse Check is back to business.
We're coming out on the side of Pulse Check. We've got Zimmy out already. And with penalty points getting whittled down, can they maintain this campsite? Can Pulse Check keep their marshmallows? Can they? Do they get to keep their marshmallows? No! Their marshmallows get taken! No s'mores for Goomba Jump... for Pulse Check! This time!
Yeah, but Goomba Jumpscare needs a KO in this last minute, Moku. They are in control of the zone, but Pulse Check activating the cooler, preparing the next hammer, and here comes the strikes to paint the zone. 30 seconds left, and Pulse Check is reclaiming that zone. Oh!
Yo, nice flank on the side of Dapple Doolies. Vizzy out here standing on business, putting out those beacons, reclaiming map control. Cooler coming out, supporting the team. All they need to do is whittle down 10 more penalty points and see if they can hold it. Unfortunately, going down to the stamp. And with 9 seconds left, it's the moment of truth.
Oh, yeah, well, with 3 players down, Pulse Check are back to the spawn. They don't have much time as Goomba Jumpscare got themselves the overtime. And now all they need to do is hold for a few more seconds. Penalty's about to run out. That's going to be one push for Pulse Check.
Unfortunately, coming down to Dooley's Vultures. It was a nice setup over here. They only need 15 more ticks until we can determine if... Wasty GG strikes, Wasty GG strikes.
They're not enough!
Going down! And it's a clutch! It's a clutch pet! We're going to game 3!
KO! That is so big! Goomba Jumpscare, who started absolutely in shambles, now they're coming back stronger and stronger. And I mean, in the end of that game, it looked like they really didn't let Pulse Check do anything and very much were able to be on top of the map.
Yeah, indeed. I am super impressed. And like I said, Pulse Check has a hyperdive comp, and I thought that they would struggle a little bit with the terrain, but they did a lot. I didn't have any doubts for either team.
I have a doubt. I'm doubted that the double hammer is a good idea.
I mean, it worked a little. It worked for as long as it could, and
yeah, and then it didn't. Like, hammer is a risky weapon, and having two hammers is kind of, at some point it's not gonna work, and we saw Goomba Jumpscare really exploit that to the fullest, which means we are going to game 3 to decide it all.
Indeed, and I couldn't help but notice that Doolies, especially Dapple Doolies, had this tendency to flank. Truly was taking advantage of their hyperdive comp, because if you know a team will just hyperdive it, sometimes all you gotta do is wait for the right chance to flank at the right time, and you can get plenty of picks off like that, or at least a huge one depending on who you get.
I mean, Dapple Duties are very much the Urchin underpass weapon. Like, you see people picking it up just for Urchin because it's such a good map for it, and it's if you're gonna bring it on one map, it's going to be this one. But yeah, that's very much a fast weapon that can do a lot. That is providing the coolers and also the DPS for your team. I love to see it. But yeah, let's get back to a classic map as we are going to Mahi Mahi Resort.
Mahi Mahi Resort is a classic, and I just want to say, no matter where you start, pay attention to the left side. Left side, in my experience, always has something happening over there. What do you think, Pat?
I feel like everything is happening all the time on this map, which is why I love it so much. But yeah, we won't see more Dapple, it seems, and that's the end of the double hammer on the side of Pulse Check as well. We're back to the classic comps for the classic map.
We're back to seeing the Claws Gal and the Splash. Yeah, that's a Splash-O-Matic. I was going to say Explosion-Matic. Yeah. We're already starting with Pulse Check getting that zone, and one going down. Brush Mommy also going down, but Zimmy coming up, standing on business, trying to take that map control for Pulse Check.
Yeah, pulse check right there, getting the early control. We know they like to run in and win their fights, as they're gonna get the zone, and we get to the water, dropping now. Goomba Jumpscare not able to get the way in with the hammer. Now they're kind of surrounded as the water is dropping. Pulse check completely shutting down that push. That is a huge amount of control for them now, as they can paint for special around.
Yep, and I'm seeing Pulse Check going in for that hyper dive as one of them goes down. We're seeing Hoken on that slosher, but going down as well. Crab Tank over on Snipe. And this helps Goomba Jumpscare get the zone for the first time. And that's a good clutch because they were almost about to get it.
Yeah, I mean, it's the third time we see Pulse Check getting a big opening. The big question now is, can Goomba Jumpscare adapt, get back in the game? As the hammer is being activated by Pulse Check, who are going in and getting a splat, but that's only a trade. The zone is going to stay yellow, Moku, for now.
Yeah, and it was really impressive how the zone didn't flip with that Ultra Stamp. And we're seeing a lot of back and forth here on the left side. Like I'm saying, left side always has something going on. Pulse Check with a nice jump. Pulse Check has zone right now.
Yeah, right now Pulse Check retook the zone. They have quite the penalty, but they making good work out of it. They just lost their blaster, though. That's their cooler option. And now Goomba Jumpscare is activating the crab. 2 vs 2 Brush Mommy is getting splattered on the zone, but Pulse Check gets the wipeout. Pulse Check with just a few ticks left and a bubbler in the opponent's spawn. And they're gonna get the game and get the set as well, Moku.
GG's both teams. A map like Mahi Mahi Resort is perfect for team that hyperdives, and while Goomba Jumpscare put up a really nice fight, it was kind of easier for Pulse Check to get that wipeout.
Yeah, yes. I mean, we saw Goomba Jumpscare when they were able to get back onto the map, to get back in. Being able to recontend to Pulse Check, but Pulse Check has, when they have the control, it's hard to push on them, and they're really able to rush the other team before they can regroup and prepare a push, and that really allowed them to get that control. And yeah, Pulse Check gets the 2-1. It's not the end of the road for Goomba Jumpscare because it's double elimination. They have more tournament to play, and we have more tournament to watch, Moku.
Yep, we've got plenty more Triton-Cup 127. It's only just the start. I don't really and welcome back to Triton-Cup 127. My name is Moku. I'm an ink brush rat. I've taken your cheese by now, and I'm joined here by Pat. Pat, how you doing? How are we feeling about how are you feeling about this matchup?
I am feeling great. Ready to watch more Splatoon action, of course, on Splat Zone. It's going to be +3 basic pickup against Kim Milk. And yeah, let's get right in the game already without further ado. It's on Mamiroon's double zones map, which means lots of fights around the zone before you can really get control.
This is true. Double map zones are kind of a pain in the tail to fight on if you don't have a good foothold at first. Right now, it's being kept in neutral, but +3 has the zone right now with Skim Milk not having a lot of space to take it back right now. But that has changed with Crab Tank coming out, and we see missiles out on the field on the side of +3 pickup. And Pat, What do you think right now? What catches your eye?
I feel like basic pickup is getting their way back onto the zone, and slowly but surely Skim Milk are maintaining presence, but they're not really able to have the paint around to keep that presence active and efficient right now. That's basic pickup keeping the zones. They lost their pencil and they lost 2 players now, which could be the opportunity for Skim Milk. But still, Skim Milk needs to paint around if they want to take back control, as basic pickup is getting back.
Skim Milk finally getting that zone, being able to get some points on the board, but needing to keep control if they don't want penalty applied. Meanwhile, +3 has that penalty right now, and we're seeing a wipeout on the side of +3 basic pickup.
Yeah.
Ooh, what is getting intense now here, Pat?
Yeah, Skim Milk managed to get a few splats, but they didn't really manage to keep basic pickup from coming back in. Basic pickup with a lot of paint, with a lot of power, and a hammer to the face as well. Huge moves. That wiper's gonna be punished, but that is all of Skim Milk coming from spawn as basic pickup is past the halfway mark.
Indeed, we're seeing Blaster out here going down to the wiper. And unfortunately, my internet... Oh, never mind. It's back. It was stealing my cheese for a moment. But we're seeing the zone in neutral. And with Skim Milk taking it back, whittling down those penalty points. And we need to see if they're going to keep zone. Trizuka coming out, not managing to get anybody. But it's a nice Trizuka. It's great for aerial denial.
Yeah, and right now Skim Milk holding the zone. But here comes the missiles. These missiles are gonna get the carbon! Oh, the carbon not able to really dodge, and that's all 3 zones for basic pickup, who are back in control. The crab tank is deployed by Skim Milk, but that's a bit too late. That crab is only there to limit the damage.
That crab being a nice crab, ooh, but getting dunked on by that Stamper, also going to... I can't pronounce that name. Is it Apisto on the pen?
Apisto, I think, yeah. But yeah, that's Skim Milk right there, taking back control over the zone. They don't have that much penalty, but they need to hold the zone. Basic pickup has been unrelenting on their attack.
I'm loving the position on this pen right here, bobbing and weaving these shots, matrixing them, call them Neo. And that's a very nice jump on the side of, I was going to say on the side of Skim Milk, but it was just one that jumped. Could you imagine if there was like a group jump? But we're seeing Roller taking back control as one of them goes down on the side of +3 pickup.
Yeah, Skim Milk losing 2 players are going to concede the zones to basic pickup, who reapply penalty. The Blaster able to get a splat before jumping away. That's a nice move for Skim Milk. That will ease up their next push now that they have the cooler and they have the crab tank deployed. Basic pickup needs to defend hard if they want to keep the zones.
Ooh, crab tank standing on business, and we're seeing +3 basic pickup go forward. They might be working on a dive. They might be working on a lockout with 15 ticks. left. They just gotta hold the zone. Missiles coming out, aiming for 3 players here, Pat. Oh, two going down.
Yeah, one final splat with the bomb to seal the deal. I mean, that's basic pickup very much taking control of that game, making sure that they were on top of the zones the whole time. And Skim Milk were able to push them out a few times, but they were not really able to keep them from coming back in.
Indeed, it was a very nice push from Skim Milk. I've seen some very good pushes from Skim Milk. All it took was for +3 basic pickup to pick up on that and start walking them out, especially near the end. What do you think, Pat? What did you notice that match? Like, what else did you notice?
I feel like there were a few mistakes on the side of Skim Milk. And remember, this is round 2, but for these two teams, this is the first match of the tournament. They're very much getting in there, not as warm as they could be. And Skim Milk, right there, we saw them kinda uncoordinated, kinda not sure what to do all the time. This is still their first game of a tournament, depending on whether they warm up, whether they get a bit more in the groove. This could go better for them going into Marco Mart.
I agree with you. And with the smaller map like Marco Mart, we could see Skim Milk having a bit more of an advantage, because now you don't have to deal with double zone, and you have a smaller map to work with. So I think Skim Milk has a pretty good chance of surprising us and making use of any advantages that they can find.
Yeah, I mean, they have a chance, but they only have one chance left. We're still in a best of 3, which means basic pickup only need one more game, and Skim Milk needs to make this work on Macromart. Very much a short map, a map of fights and surprises and ledges. And pay attention to that carbon roller on the side of Skim Milk. That could be the weapon that makes the game. Carbon is so... I mean, it's always happy to go on this map, and Skim Milk very much has a comp to play around ledges.
And we've got double pencil this time. Did we have double pencil last time?
Yep, we did.
Alright, just wanted to check before I started popping off about double pencil. I need to look at the HUD more, but we're seeing +3 basic pickup with zone cap frame 1, but not keeping it for long as Skim Milk already. We see his lead switch. But it's so early in splat zones right now. Crab Tank coming out, and Cooler.
Yeah, right now Skim Milk were able to get control early, but here comes the answer by basic pickup. With the hammer and the crab, they get a lot of splats, but here comes the answer by Skim Milk throwing the strikes to get back on the zone. The splash is there, and I mean, the fight looks pretty even so far.
Indeed it does, with Skim Milk taking back the zone and keeping that lead of theirs. And it's a very nice position on this pen. They are bobbing and weaving, and of course that's what you want to do, but yeah, I just can't come up with any whimsical jokes for that. Like, that's a pretty good position. I'm just genuinely impressed.
Yeah, right now Skim Milk very much able to get the momentum they were not able to get in game 1. Penalty is applied, but Skim Milk is still around. Both of these teams fighting an eternal neutral. Nobody really able to completely push the other team away. But the pencil duel being won by Skim Milk is going to allow them to take a lot of space if they can make it work right now. Basic pickup still putting paint around and are not letting themselves be impressed getting the pencils as well. Ooh.
That was a nice spot on Episto from Skim Milk, but going down to the Splash-O-Matic on that side, it was a very nice cancel. But here we're seeing Skim Milk having whittled down the penalty points, keeping the zone right now. What do you think, Pat?
Well, never mind. Wipeout by
No,
basic
wipeout!
pickup. They take control. I mean, Skim Milk managed to get a lot of points there, but basic pickup, no penalty, all the ground to themselves. Now the big question is, can they keep the zone? They already lost 2 players and the crab tank is deployed by Skim Milk. Skim Milk getting back onto the zone. They want to keep their lead, but basic pickup is still there to repaint just 1 point of difference. Oh!
It was a clutch. I'm so sorry to interrupt you. That was a clutch. That was impressive. Skim Milk taking back that zone, seeing a cap switch, and we might see them take more points on the board as Apisto is just guarding their flank, or guarding their stack, I'm sorry. But there's also a flank route down there, so you gotta guard that too. I wasn't wrong.
And right now Skim Milk making more points, but they lost 2 players and that pencil is under assault by the crab as basic pickup is getting back a lot of control. 1.5 minutes left in the game, Moku, and basic pickup, they don't have much penalty left.
This is true, and it doesn't really take a lot to have a lead switch if you can hold down your zone for long. Bobby going down as Apiso is guarding the snipe. Very nice positioning with his pencil. Ooh, but we're seeing lead switch.
Yeah, basic pickup is getting the lead right there as both of his teams are still fighting for the zone. It looks like Skim Milk are able to win this team fight, which means in this last minute they still have a shot at coming back in the game.
Indeed, you've got a good point here. Skim Milk having already taken back the zone. GG Specials coming out already with 45 seconds left. Bobby going down. Crab Tank getting on business and at risk of being turned into crab oil, but not doing that because the Carbon Deco goes down as well. We're seeing +3 basic pickup take the zone back.
Great control by basic pickup. We're now in the last 30 seconds as Skim Milk needs to mount an emergency push. They need to go in. The cabin is already in position there to take some presence. The rest of the team needs to follow. Only 15 seconds left. Skim Milk needs to paint the zone. Right now, Bazooka is ready. Bazooka needs to find players. Skim Milk not able to get the zone. Basic pickup is going to take the set.
GG's both teams, and I love how back and forth it was between +3 basic pickup and Skim Milk. Skim Milk did have an easier time fighting on this map. Unfortunately for them, it seemed like +3 basic pickup had more of a, well, not really a lockout type of ordeal going on, but what's the word? They were more observant than even I had anticipated. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree with you. Skim Milk was kind of trying to go all around the map to surprise basic pickup. Basic pickup stayed on top of it, which means they get the victory. They win this set 2-0. Very nice plays by them, which means they go to the next round. While Skim Milk will go on to the low bracket.
This is so true. But even though it's a long journey to grand finals, it is not impossible. And to any teams and losers right now, you can do it. You can make it the grand finals.
All is possible for sure. We're gonna take a short break and we'll be right back with the upper bracket quarterfinals.
Don't leave your cheese unattended.
And welcome back to Triton-Cup 127. I am Pat here with Moku, and we are now in the upper bracket quarterfinals. It's going to be Lazarus going against Boo Boo Gang, and Boo Boo Gang got a huge upset against Count My Bands, our seed number 4, getting a 2-0 against them, which means they get to advance and face another monster team.
And we're talking seed 13 versus seed 4 with that Count My Bands round. And now they're going against seed 5, which is Lazarus. And Pat, I never seen Count My Bands get swamped so early. Like Count My Bands, I love y'all. That pretty much goes to show how much of a force that Boo Boo Gang is to be reckoned with here. And yeah. I'm looking forward to seeing how it plays out.
Yeah, well, you're no longer looking forward because it's about to happen right now. Boo Boo Gang and Lazarus. We're going to start on Museum d'Alfonsino. And yeah, one of these classic maps on the side of Lazarus. Very classic comp. Pay attention to that stamper. Stamper on this map is dirty. Boo Boo Gang, they're here for the surprise, I guess. That's a Reflux.
Indeed it is, and I can't wait to see how Reflux does. We're already starting with Lazarus, trying for that zone. We're seeing a little skirmish over here on left. We might be seeing a pinch, and going down to Viper as Boo Boo Gang secures the zone, frame 1. And we're seeing Rapid Blaster picking apart the team from up ahead. Ledge guarding like it's Smash Bros up in here as Whale comes out.
Yeah, Boo Boo Gang opening very strongly right there. And punishing the jump out. That is big. Splat after splat for the blaster, but the rest of Lazarus was able to surround the zone right there. But Boo Boo Gang doesn't mind. They keep control and they're past the 50-point mark. 2 down on Lazarus. And Lazarus, they're not able to get back on the zone yet.
Oh, speaking too soon, as Lazarus has a chance to get the zone back, as we're seeing a very nice retake and applying penalty to Boo Boo Gang, as we see 2 on the spinner crab tank coming out. This is their chance to fight back. More ledge guarding with the S-Blast here, and Booyah Bomb taking the zone to a neutral state here, Pat.
Yeah. Lazarus establishing control now. Boo Boo Gang got a good first push, but now Lazarus is setting themselves, and they have so many ledge options right there. Boo Boo Gang are kind of stuck on their platform. The hammer is activated, but that hammer is going to be punished by the splash from Lazarus, and Lazarus right there are taking the lead, Moku.
Indeed they are. We're seeing Splashmatic support team here with that crab tank over on spinner and taking up map control, but not for but Shiny going down and another stamp coming out, but that's it for this match. Lazarus taking it.
And we saw really Boo Boo Gang, as you said, the team that makes the surprises, the team that is able to be dangerous, but Lazarus has the knowledge. Lazarus were able to get back on top, and once Lazarus were on top of the zone, they had the guard, and that's, I mean, between an S-Blast and a Stamper on this map, once you're in control, it is just so hard to push back, because the S-Blast and the Stamper are gonna stay under that ledge and be absolute demons.
You'll want a ledge guard like it's Smash Bros out here, like I always say. Boo Boo Gang had Lazarus up on the back foot for a big part of the match, but all Lazarus needed was just one good, maybe 2 good picks on Boo Boo Gang. That's how it usually happens, is in my experience, Pat, if you're struggling against a team, if you're being bottlenecked somewhere, and you take down like maybe 1 or 2 teammates, they might be their carries. But we're already getting into this.
Yeah. Now let's go into Hagglefish Market. No change on the side of Lazarus. Boo Boo Gang as well, keeping what they've been doing. Guess now the big question is, how is it going to go on this map? Not as many ledges, but very much opportunities for both of these teams to get some control. And it looks like Boo Boo Gang are back with their explosive opening, Moku.
Indeed, it was an explosive opening, and Boo Boo Family going down as, while Boo Boo had 95 on here right now, of Lazarus finally applying penalty over on Boo Boo Gang. It's a lot going on, and my English is not really keeping up with all this action. We've got Penn over here keeping it down. Like, we're just...
Yeah.
I can't articulate.
Well, Lazarus right now getting the splats. That's 3 down on Lazarus. Wait, no, Boo Boo Gang, he's taking the splats. And now they're establishing themselves. They're the first team to really get control. And the big question is, can Lazarus get the push in? The crab tag's not gonna work!
I think I'll turn on the crab boil there, Pat. And, oh wow, so Boo Boo Gang has the lead right now. They're going for that lockout. They're saying, those s'mores are ours. We're going to camp out here, Pat.
But here comes the answer by Lazarus, able to get the 2 splats, as you were talking about, to push in. The fight for the zone is going to go their way this time, and with 2 down onto Boo Boo Gang, Lazarus is going to take more and more ground, Moku.
Indeed, and we're seeing Lazarus saying, nah, we're going to camp out here. Those s'mores are ours. You're not going to build a campfire over in our spot. Crab tank coming out, and if they hold it down longer, ooh, see, I'm going down. If they hold it on just a little bit longer, we'll have a lead switch if they can hold it.
Yeah, Lazarus very much able to set themselves once again. Look at that Stamper in the perfect spot to annoy the opponent. Boo Boo Gang doesn't have much time left, only 20 ticks left onto the zone. And Lazarus is going to lose their players, but Boo Boo Gang is still in the game.
Taking back the zone and applying penalty to Lazarus was what they needed with 2 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock here. If they can hold down penalty points and if they can hold down more points. I keep saying hold down, but I meant like whittle down. My English is not working today. Stamper coming out.
The Stamper is going to get the splat on the pencil. That's 2 splat. Huge hammer right there for Boo Boo Gang. Lazarus. Their Zipcaster is not finding its mark, and with no penalty left, Boo Boo Gang are coming back in this game. All they need to do is hold just a few more seconds.
Before going down, I'm loving the positioning on the Rapid Blaster, keeping an eye out on left, and Penn trying to fight back. And with zone and neutral, who takes back the team? Which team takes it back? It's Boo Boo Gang. Boo Boo Gang already has the lead. I'm gonna get that lead switch. I need to pay attention more. But nah, my internet's just kind of like freezing at random places. Booyah ball.
Well, Lazarus get back the zone with 1.5 minutes left in the game, but Boo Boo Gang is there to answer. The crab tank could create some space for Lazarus, but right now that crab tank is not finding much splats. All of Boo Boo Gang are still around the zone, and Lazarus, I mean, they applied penalty, but they need to get the points. They need to get the control. Right now, they're painting around, but they lost their pencil. Oh, they lost 2 players. Boo Boo Gang is back on the attack.
Indeed, and Boo Boo Gang taking back the zone. We saw a lockout that was trying to happen, but it didn't happen after all. They said those marshmallows are ours after all. But, ooh, almost taking it back. And if Boo Boo Gang can hold it down for just a little bit longer, they got 40 seconds left. But Lazarus also has enough time to take it back. Zipcaster already out. Not finding any picks from what I saw, but I could be completely wrong. Penn getting into a nice position here. What do you think, Pat? What do you think?
I mean, I think Boo Boo Gang just got a huge option onto the victory right now. 20 seconds left and they have the control. They lost their blaster, but Lazarus needs a monster push. The Booyah Bomb coming forward is going to give them the zone. But the answer from Boo Boo Gang, their Booyah Bomb won't be enough. 5 seconds left. We're going to overtime, but Lazarus needs to win every fight from now on, and they just lost 2 players, Moku.
Indeed, they did. Lazarus just needs to hold it down for 22 penalty points. But I think I almost said Boo Boo. I think Boo Boo Gang has a chance to take it back, but they just need to hurry up. They gotta go. They gotta go right now.
Not much time left. The penalty is nearing its end, but 2 down on Lazarus. That Stepper needs to fight. That Stepper needs to paint way. The reflex throwing out of a Booyah Bomb. 1 point.
Clutch.
Boo Boo Gang gets it.
Clutch. That's what worked for both teams so far. That was a hype end to the game. If it wasn't for that Booyah Bomb, Lazarus would have taken this set.
Yeah, I mean, Boo Boo Gang so close to losing that one, but they were able to still keep their composure and push over and over and over. Lazarus had too much to come back from, and Boo Boo Gang had built so much of a lead that that's going to be 1-1. Let's get back to the next game now, and this time we're going back to Macomar.
Back to Macomar, and back for that cheese that I definitely did not steal from Macomar. Colby Jack cheese is my favorite cheese. And
okay,
I know I said that Lazarus would have taken the set. I thought it was best of 3 still. I do apologize, folks. It is best of 5.
Yes,
I think the set is shorter. But if any of them go to I think no matter what, we might go to ramen. And because we have to take the math into account, I would like some ramen. If I could have some of that,
we will get some ramen, but first we need to go to the market.
Allow me to put in my order for the beef, the shrimp, the fish, salmon, any other meat I can think of.
Like everything is going into your ramen.
Yeah, I'm willing to share. But for now, we're going to Macomar, and we're going to have to deal with refrigerated chicken from now on. At least for the rest of this match. And they're off to the races.
Yep, no change in the comp. These 2 teams are very much happy with the weapons they're playing. And I mean, both of these comps are quite solid. I'm still amazed that Reflux is able to do so much, but it's working well with the rest of the team right now. Boo Boo Gang gets control of the zone.
Indeed, you said Labubu Gang again. Screw it. Labubu Gang nearly getting that zone. I mean, they did get that zone, but I was gonna say nearly losing it. They have the zone right now, 70-94, and we're going with a 2v2 right now.
Yep. But
they rely on explosive beginnings, don't they?
Yeah, but Boo Boo Gang is losing a few too many players in these fights. That's going to be Lazarus getting back the zone as they're pushing in. But I spoke a bit too soon. Lazarus pushed too fast and lost their players. Boo Boo Gang is back onto the zone. Penalty was applied, but I mean, Boo Boo Gang keeps control.
That was a nice jump on the side of the Stamper here. Yep. I couldn't read their username. But we're seeing Judy Hop jump in and Zam. Yeah, I know that username really was. Yeah, it's Judy Hop. I want to make sure I wasn't actually just having my glasses off for a second.
Yeah, right now that's 3 down onto Lazarus. Boo Boo Gang still so explosive, so powerful in their pushes, and Lazarus forced to wait, forced to learn. The S-Blast dropping, but the S-Blast dropped alone and is forced to jump back to the rest of the team. Lazarus not really able to take ground yet.
Nice jump for S-Blast. S-Blast knowing when to jump out as Boo Boo Gang is sorting out a lockout here. We're seeing torpedoes. We're seeing pinching over here.
Yep.
But Booyah Bomb coming out, relying on that GG special to take back the zone, clutching it last minute as now they have penalty points. But going down to Wiper, Boo Boo Family working on a flank here, managing to get a pick on one. Now not getting one at all, but T4 going down the Whales. I love the Whales. Whale game for life, but
and
Boo Boo Family going down.
That's huge moves right there by Lazarus, who are getting back on top of the zone. They have a huge lead to get back from, but they're able to take control of the stacks. The Kula is deployed on the zone though, and Booba Gang is getting more splats. That's a delayed wipe by Boo Boo Gang, who are back on top, and Lazarus back to the drawing board.
I love how there's like double burst bomb coming out. They probably have plenty of savers for sub, but I was gonna say Turbo Blaster. I was gonna read off the French line. The Rabbit Blaster getting a pick, T4 getting that pick as well with the Crab Tank, and it's a fight for the zone right now as Boo Boo Gang does not have penalty points, and if they don't want more penalty points, they're gonna have to retake zone, and thanks to Booyah Bomb, they can, and they have a good chance of holding it if they can hold it.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Lazarus right now, they need to push, but they're able to get control, even if it's just for a second. And right now, that's Zipcaster finally able to get the splat, finally able to open the ground for Lazarus. That's Lazarus finally catching a breath, but once again, they're behind. They need to hold the zone for a long time, and they just lost 2 players once again. Boo Boo Gang not stopping, back on the attack, back with the splats. I mean, that's Boo Boo Gang back on the zone with 1 minute left in the game.
And judging by how weak that pencil was, like, they were 1 hit away from being splatted. That was a very nice jump that we had cut to, but there's already a lockout. I was just gonna say, that was a good defense, but we've got a lockout here for Labubu, and they just need 10 more ticks. And Lazarus doesn't have a lot of time to retake zone. They're going to have to go now. They're going to have to take it back now if they want it.
Lazarus still alive despite the Booyah Bomb. They can get the zone. Boo Boo Gang back to their spawn, but there's 20 seconds left, and we haven't seen Lazarus being able to really hold the zone long enough now. They need to do it in overtime. Boo Boo Gang, they have just time to get one push, to prepare that push, but I mean, Lazarus right now is finally in the positions they want. They have the cooler ready, they have already, and they splatted the pencil. Lazarus right now able to get in the fight, the Stamper behind everybody, that fight for the zone to decide it all, but Boo Boo Gang gets the paint on and is up 2-1.
Indeed, and I was just gonna say, if Lazarus wanted to take the zone for themselves, if they wanted to win this match, they had to keep it down, but they had to lock down zone. But Boo Boo Gang taking this match, and we're going to a game 4. So, since we're going to ramen, me and Pat want ramen. I don't know what Pat wants, but I'll take some ramen with fish, shrimp, clams, tempura. Wait, I think that's still shrimp. Fish, chicken.
Okay, I'm more of a classic with like pork tonkatsu and that's it. You know, maybe an egg in it. That's I'm very much a classic ramen guy.
I'm mostly bantering around anyway. I don't know what kind of ramen I would like from a ramen shop. I bantered with Sasu a little bit about ramen before, and Sasu was like, "You gotta go to a ramen shop. Don't settle on that idea. You will not be able to go again." And I'm over here like, "Well, I want to, but I'm so busy this weekend. There's a charity tournament. There's a lot going on today, and tomorrow my best bet might be Sunday." But
I agree with Sasu. Sasu is a good advice most of the time. You have to go to a ramen shop.
I'll find time. I promise. I promise I'll find time.
But for now, it's going to be Boo Boo Gang and Lazarus going to the ramen shop. I mean, we're still early in this Sandu season, so the seeding is not that precise. But Boo Boo Gang, very much on top of everything. And Lazarus, we see them struggling to stay on the map, struggling to keep Boo Boo Gang from running circles around them, and now going onto this map where he can run under people. That's going to be hard for Lazarus to really stay on top of things and keep control of the zone.
If you've got drop roller on you, make sure you're actually drop rolling onto the top floor, not the bottom floor, so you accidentally drop roll into the void. But here we are, they're heading off to zone, making that beeline, and we're seeing Boo Boo Gang with that explosive start, like they've been starting out the last 3 games. Lazarus starting to match that pace.
Yeah, and Lazarus just changed their Splatana's temper. They now have a double Booyah Bomb to take the zone whenever they can right now, but the Crab Tank is able to get a lot of control right there and a lot of points. Here comes the Booyah Bomb. Lazarus is going to take the zone, and now the big question is, can they push Boo Boo Gang away? It looks like Boo Boo Gang, their pencil was forced to jump out, but Lazarus lost 2 players already. Boo Boo Gang is already back on the attack.
We saw that lid switch there, Pat, and Lazarus has the opportunity to take the zone back, but Boo Boo Gang already has map control, paint control with that Booyah Bomb going up into their base, and that Damp getting nerfed by geometry there, but we see another lead switch for Boo Boo Gang.
Yeah, Boo Boo Gang right there, very much able to get some points, but Lazarus is back on top of the zone. The Wiper, though, coming in, getting a splat, getting 2. That's a huge double. And Lazarus are forced to fight once again for the zone, but at least they get a short lead as Boo Boo Gang is waiting for their way back in.
And all they needed was size advantage in order to clutch the zone back. And all it will take is for Boo Boo Gang to do what they just did to get the zone back. They know how to take back zone with Crab going down here. And Hammer missing, going down to T4.
That is a huge move by the Splash right there. Lazarus able to take some ground, able to take some presence, but I mean that Wiper is already back into another fight, already splatted again. And Lazarus, I mean, they're pushing in, they're doing what they need to do. They have the lead this time. They're able to really get into the fights. But Boo Boo Gang not stopping, not relenting, are constantly maintaining the pressure.
Judy Hop with the S-Blast, already taking down Switch. And picking off their teammates for their team. And you're going to need that if you're an S-Blast to just poke, but using Booyah Bomb to protect themselves from another Booyah Bomb, a torpedo, and then throwing their own Booyah Bomb finally into their zone. And Lazarus has the lead here with Boo Boo Family going down here, Pat. And oh goodness me, I think, wait a minute, I was gonna say if Boo Boo Gang was gonna take it right there, I would have popped off so hard. But either way, we're going to a game 5, folks.
Yep. It looks like Lazarus really changed the way they played for this game. They were able to really answer the call of Boo Boo Gang. They were able to get on top of the fight and not let Boo Boo Gang really establish their pace. And that's a game 5 going on to Umami Runes to decide it all.
Indeed. And what I want to say is that what you were saying earlier, I want to build off of it. Boo Boo Gang does have a tendency to do explosive openings. They're not exactly hyper diving, but they're like in your face really fast, which is probably why Count My Bands. I know I'm referencing a last set. I know, but now I'm starting to understand what happened to Count My Bands. Now I'm starting to understand. Here we are. That's neither here nor there. We're going right into Mommy Zones. Pat, what do you think's going to happen?
I mean, right there, this is... I feel like Boo Boo Gang has very much has that kind of map for themselves, but both teams picked that map. But right now, I feel like Boo Boo Gang, with that explosive opening and these team fights that they're so good at having right now, are getting a lot of control, and it's going to be on Lazarus to get that one clean push to really get back in the game. But for now, it's going to be Boo Boo Gang. Oh, wait! 3 down! Lazarus are on top of the fight.
I just saw 2 go down on the side of Boo Boo Gang. And with a lead switch here, Pat, there might be a chance that Lazarus has their own in-your-face comp to, not comp, but gameplay or strategy. You see S-Class here ready for the right chance to pick, but not really getting much poke here.
Woo. Yeah, right there, Lazarus still on top of one of the zone. Never mind, Boo Boo Gang able to get back and get the penalty with 2 down onto Lazarus as well. That Stamper is trying to maintain some presence, but it's not going to work. Boo Boo Gang gets the zones, and now it's their turn to lock things out. And we've seen Boo Boo Gang being so present, being so powerful. They're gonna get the lead, and they're gonna get some more points as well.
With Wales coming out, we're seeing, like you said, the lead switch for Boo Boo Gang. And I wanted to give special attention to that Rapid Blaster, which had great whales, great picking potential, but I didn't really think they got anybody. I need to pay better attention to Rapid Blaster mains. As a brush main, they'll scare me. But jokes aside, Boo Boo Gang is in the lead. They nearly lost the zone.
But they didn't lose it. They still are scoring point. Lazarus needs to paint at least one of the zones to stop things. The Booyah Bomb is going in, but Booyah Bomb is not enough. Okay, they're able to get one zone. They're able to get both. Lazarus still in the game, but that was incredibly close for them. Now they can't make a mistake anymore. 2 minutes and a half left in the game. They need pretty much a KO.
Indeed, you're right. And I was gonna quote a song, but I'm not gonna do it right now because the action is already starting to pick up, and we're seeing Lazarus with no penalty points. They're whittling down the rest of their main points. We're seeing Hammer in there, but I think they might have gotten picked off. But Boo Boo Gang is close to getting their zone back. They're trying to say, Mom said it was my turn with the zone. But Lazarus is saying, no, I only had it for like 2 seconds, little Timmy. But I don't know, I was trying to banter again. But here we are with this. They might take it back, Pat.
Yeah, Boo Boo Gang is pushing in. They got one zone, but the crab tank on the side of Lazarus is mowing them down, forcing them to wait. It doesn't matter, they're still able to paint both zones, but Lazarus are getting a few splats, are keeping control over mid. They're gonna get back the zone, but penalty was applied, Merku. There's still a lot of work for them.
This is true. Only Boo Boo Gang did make their lives harder, like you were saying. And all they need to do is maybe go for another quad. And, Booyah Bomb, the edge of it, just swallowing that player whole. And I know how that feels. But Boo Boo Gang taking that zone back. And all they have to do is wait it out for a minute if they want to take zone. But Lazarus has plenty of time to turn this around. Crab Tank coming out, nearly getting that jumper.
Yep.
And Crab Tank didn't really get anybody, but they probably did some nice area denial, which I wish I could have seen the full extent of that, Pat.
Yeah, right now Lazarus going next to the zones. They need to paint them. They got one, and that's controlled with 30 seconds left. Lazarus is still in this game, but they need something big. They need to be able to really push Boo Boo Gang out if they want to win. Right now, Boo Boo Gang very happy to stay around to keep the zones, and with just a few seconds left, Boo Boo Gang stay on top. Are going to get one more upset, and Lazarus are nowhere to be seen. It's not over. Yeah, it's over. No overtime for you.
GG's both teams. Boo Boo family taking out Seed 4. Actually, seed 5.
Yeah.
Seed 5 on the way out. What an upset.
Yeah, that's another upset by Boo Boo Gang. They leave no quarters. Absolutely shredding through this
Pat,
bracket. Yeah?
Pat, they're going against seed 1 next. Pat.
Yeah.
I don't know whether to be scared for Boo Boo Gang or this seed 1 team. I don't think I know how to pronounce that name. I'm going to butcher it so badly.
Yeah, well, that won't be a problem because we're going to watch the other semi-final, Moku. It's going to
We are?
be Cinnamonster versus Blue Eye. Yeah, they're waiting for us, so we're going to take a very short break just to prepare the lobby, and we'll be right back. Welcome back to the semi-finals of Triton-Cup 127. I am still Pat here with Moku to watch our Seed 2 versus our Seed 3. On this side of the bracket, Moku, everything went according to plan. It's going to be Cinemonster versus Blua.
I can't wait to see how this is going to play out. I don't think I can say that I recognized any of the players here. Wait a minute, Yoshell sounds familiar. Maybe when I lie.
Yep.
I think Yoshell is it Yoshell who's like the best? What is her weapon?
They're a great sniper. And I do think they're one of the best snipers in Europe.
Ooh, this is gonna be exciting.
I mean, all of Blue, like they're from the UK and Irish scene. They're very much players you have to pay attention to. But on the other side, Cinemonster also great players, incredible talent here. I mean, it's Triton-Cup. It's the last Triton-Cup of the year, so we have lots of great players bring their A game. And honestly, these two teams, I feel like they're incredibly good, and pay attention. This is going to go fast. And one thing to note, they decided to go to Iltel. Both of these teams put Iltel Ali on their map.
There's two synagogues, guys, so there's two synagogues, so it's gonna be hard deciding which one is which. Already making a beeline as we're seeing Cinemonster, trying to set up, but going down to Buff's Blast with the blaster here.
Yeah, right now Blue is going to get early control on this map. Once you have the control, once you've pushed the other team away, you have such a big advantage right there, and Blue just did exactly that. Cinnamon's not able to come back in, but Slurp with the bucket is able to get the splats, is able to push in, but will be punished. 2 down on Cinemonster. It looks like Blue is staying on the zone. That bubbler needs to work for Cinemonster.
Indeed, Blua already taking zone for themselves again, and not letting Cinemonster have her hands on it as Buff's Blast goes down. And with a zone like this, it tends to be a little bit slower at first, but once you get into it,
and look at that, it takes so much to paint the zone. Cinemonster was not able to apply penalty. Blue is still scoring more and more and more. Ips was platted though. That's the zap. Cinemonster. Wait, Cinemonster not able to get control yet. Blue are still in control, and Cinemonster, and they have one last shot, but they lost 2 players once again.
We're seeing Yoshell with the snipe on Cinnamon and taking the zone for themselves this first match. One thing I wanted to point out is that while Cinemonster had the right idea, their comp isn't really paint heavy compared to Blua. Blua had their anchor and a good poking weapon with Flash Blaster as well. And that's all I really want to say, but I don't know if you noticed anything else with that match.
I noticed that we were on Iltel, and yeah, a reminder, people are still wondering, teams are selecting the maps. This map is our first map because both of the teams put that on their list, and I still can't believe it. Now, because we're in semis, we're going to counterpick, but yeah, both teams wanted to play Iltel. And I guess Blua wanted to play it a little bit more because that was control of the game.
Indeed it was, and they've already chosen Urchin Underpass Zones. As a brush, I love this map. But yeah, so this helps out Cinemonster if they're going to keep their comp, because you don't need a whole lot of paint for Urchin Underpass Zones. But you do need plenty of room to be able to move up. Like, you have to be sneaky about it. So we'll see what happens here, Pat. What do you think?
I think it's it's a good counter pick because that previous game wasn't very much a map that is good for the backline. There's a lot of space where you need to paint the zone a lot, where it's hard to get back in. This is the exact opposite. We are going to the exact opposite map. And Cinemonster, what they were doing was not working on Iltel. Now they're going to the exact opposite to fight Blua. And that's what you want to do when you counterpick. You want to not go where you lost. And Cinemonster is very much flipping the script right there to go in the opposite map of Iltel Ali.
It's also a smart idea, and while it does sound like I lost my thoughts there for a moment, Pat. My brain took them from me and said, "Nah, you don't need these. Fine, put my thoughts in the paper shredder brain. Got it." I guess this is what I mean when I say that Urchin Underpass makes me feel like a cat. Because not only am I really sneaky, but sometimes I just lose the plot of what I'm going to do because there's just so much to do and observe.
Yeah,
There's so many opportunities to blank. Sharp. Nothing for brushes. If I see a brush in this map, I'm gonna pop off. please brush.
I don't think we're gonna see a brush, no. But we're going to see a carbon on the side of Buff S-Blast, aka Jasmine. that's a bit of action right there. And Yoshel switching to the heavy splatling to counter the opponent's very aggro moves. That's very interesting. I don't think I've ever seen Yoshel play much splatlings.
By the way, it's 4D chess, and we're not really privy to it. Maybe it's 5D chess at this point, but already we're seeing Blua losing the zone to Cinemonster early on. We're seeing that lead switch here, Pat, with Blua trying to guard, but Cinemonster being able to work on that lockout, finally turning the tables, with Slosher being a little bit weak around here, but regaining health, being helped out by the whale.
Yep.
They really turn the tables here, Pat.
Yes, Cinemonster finally able to set themselves in front of the zone. Oh, Bazooka! Bazooka by the Carbon from Blua is going to allow them to go back in. I mean, Carbon is so deadly right there. That's a trade, but that's still a good trade for Blua as they're going back onto the zone, putting the strikes on to paint. Wait, they didn't apply penalty yet, and Cinemonster has respawned Blua. They don't have much time. They need to go on the zone, and they lost 3 players. What an answer by Cinemonster. That's a wipeout, and game 1-2-1.
That was awesome. And I noticed that Mint Decaf coming out. Mint Decaf scares me as a brush. They are very aggressive, and it also helps that they also have a bubble. Cinemonster taking this match. Now we're even. With more games to go, of course, but this is a very good setup for Cinemonster to keep it going. But Blua also has enough time to take back the set.
Yeah, I mean, now we've seen both teams incredibly strong. We've seen both teams dominate their own game. So it's very much, I guess it becomes a counter-picking game because, I mean, we've seen both of these teams being able to really take control in terms. And I guess we're going to Robo-Roman to decide who is going to be on match point. That's Blua deciding to go here. I guess they know what they're doing.
We're getting more ramen, Pat.
Yay!
I'm getting more ramen. Y'all want to get some ramen for me and Pat here? I don't know what Pat's having, but I'd like a lot of tempura, please. I can't wait to see what both teams are going to do because now this is one of the more even maps. Not a whole lot of terrain, not a whole lot of walking to do. Like, it's not like a Tetris piece like Mahi Mahi. I love Mahi Mahi, but it's about as even as Hagglefish Market, from my perspective. I could be wrong.
I feel like it's a bit more open in that it favors a long range a little bit more, which we saw Blua being able to play off of that in game number 1. So I think in the classic maps, that's probably a good move by them. But yeah, I mean, these two teams, top teams, now going on to one of these well-rounded maps. Let's see how things go. And not much of a surprise in terms of comp. Jasmine is switching to the custom range blaster this time.
And we're seeing Yoshel on that E-Leader 4K this time too, going back to that one, as we're seeing Blue coming up with map control, Frame Run Cooler coming out. Blue working on trying to get as much map control as possible, trying to poke, but Cinemonster taking that zone, Frame 1, and seeing if we can hold that, but Mid Decap going down, also Cinegoat going down as well here, Pat.
Yeah, Blue right there going back onto the zone, but Cinemonster activating the bubbler are going to keep control and win the fight. 3 down right there. It's only the Slosher left standing for Blue, and Savage is forced to move to the side and jump away. Huge control by Cinemonster as Blue activating the strikes, are still looking to get the penalty applied, and they finally get it.
Indeed, and with Cinemonster having the lead, all they have to do is take it back, and of course it's a 3-point penalty, but it is a penalty nonetheless here, Pat, as Cinegoat goes down to Yoshel. Yoshel working on those picks, another member going down, that bubble getting destroyed, but it's a very good bubble too. It's great defense. Bubble is pretty respectful as a special.
Yeah, and right now there's 2 down on Cinemonster. Blue is going to push back forward with the tactical. They have the ways in, but all of Cinemonster respawn and are ready to fight them on the zone. The Kraken is getting forward, though, getting a splat. That's 2 down. Once again, all Blue needs to do is paint. But they need to put the paint on. There isn't much time left, and Cinemonster is making more and more points, Moku.
Indeed, and for a while it looked like Cinemonster was just coming back over and over again, painting over Blua's paint before they could even get zone. But now Blua has the zone, no penalty points, and if they can hold this down, they can take the match, but anything can happen here. Cinemonster happens to have this tendency to just go all out. Like, for example, getting the zone back, applying penalty, which is huge for Cinemonster.
Yeah, Cinemonster right there. Getting back onto the zone, retaking it once again. Huge strikes and a trade onto the opponent's bucket right there.
Blue,
Yoshel getting the snipes. That is Yoshel for you, and now they are on top of the glass in the defensive position. Blue are finally able to really set themselves up forward in front of the zone, and Blue are 2 players down. Still, they're not really able to come back in this time.
It seems like Cinemonster is on that defense now as Blue comes up in their base. What's going down? Yoshel, please! Yoshel is popping off! Oh, be easy on him, Mom. I'm just kidding, I don't know. I just assume you've been in this. You've been in this for so long. Have you been here since Platoon 1? Look at that aim! Pat!
And that's Yoshel for you, always absolutely shredding on that E-Liter. That's the lead, and that's going to be the game for Blue, painting the map in blue. I mean, once they were in that position, once they had taken the high ground, it was over, Moku.
I agree with you. From what I'm seeing right now, Cinemonster has the tendency to come back faster than you can regain zone, because they can paint the zone really fast. And all you need to do is find a way to push them back into base like Blue did. And you could just tell Yoshel was having enough. You could just feel the frustration on their end. I could hear them probably going, "Where are these guys? Will this team get off the zone? Get off my lawn! Get off my lawn, you crazy kid! I'm just kidding.
I mean,
Yoshio, that was pretty good.
when your shell is warmed up, you cannot stay in the start line for more than a frame. They will splat you without ever missing. And Cinemonster, they know the assignment. They go to the short map where the sniper is not as powerful. They're going to Flounder Heights.
Oh, you are right. Yoshio can take some good positions here, but not too many of them. I see some good positions like on the walls, like around, I don't know what it's called. I don't think it's bunker, but if you go like to the left and just climb up that wall, I've seen snipers go up there. Yoshio could end up taking advantage of that, but Cinemonster doesn't need a whole lot of ground tread if they want to keep the zones. Unfortunately, it is 2 zones all at once, so there's a good chance that Blue Eye could just hoard 1 zone the whole time, but we'll see what happens here, Matt. What do you think?
I mean, on this map is very much a very dangerous map. It's the kind of map where the team that is on top has a huge advantage, and it's because it's so hard to push back in. Now, these top level players, they know how to push back in. They know how to get back onto the map, and I'm glad. I hope we get to see counter pushes. But yeah, this is the kind of map where getting a push on demands more specials, demands more coordination, demands more risk as well. So whichever team is able to get the more risk will have an extra move. And Cinemonster, the fact that they have their bucket will help them a lot. I mean, both teams have a bucket now that I think about it. But yeah, that's going to be very much, well, let's see what these teams are bringing. I see a heavy at its Splatling, and Yoshel is sticking to the leader for the map, I guess. We'll see what kind of positions they take.
We're already seeing both teams make a beeline, and Cinemonster is already coming up there first, meeting them halfway with Blua. We're seeing Snamage here with guarding the bottom, I guess? Yeah, just guarding underneath the grate, because people love to climb over the walls. And we're already seeing Blua with the zone cap. Cinnamon going down, already working on that lockout. They already know what Cinnamonster's gonna do. They're gonna going down.
Control for Blua, who are on top of the zone. They still have the strikes ready for when Cinemonster will push. That's big right there, and Cinemonster needs to get a lot if they want to go in. The wave breaker is slowing them down as they can't really sneak their way through, and Blue Eye is making more and more points, Moku.
I think Cinemonster is playing patiently, but they are going to have to go in now if they want to save zone.
Yeah.
Already putting it into a neutral state with Booyah Bomb going out onto the other zone, not capping it, but functioning as a kind of area denial, which does help. The strikes coming out, not getting anybody. Cinemonster already working on trying to keep the zone in neutral for as long as possible here, Pat.
Yeah, and right now that's 2 down onto Cinemonster. Cinemonster was not able to apply penalty. They need to get back in, but Blua is still on top of the zone, and the Yoshel is waiting and getting more snipes right now. Cinemonster can't catch a break as Blua is still point after point getting closer to the victory.
This is so true, but Cinemonster has the capability of wearing down the other team and trying to wear down the other team. And I'm loving this flank on the side of mid decaf. It was a good idea, but they went out on their lonesome. And like I was saying, they're hoarding one zone and trying to get the other one from afar here, Pat.
Yeah, I mean, whichever team is able to paint the zone there would decide a lot. Blue Eye could win the game. Cinemonster needs to go in. Blue Eye able to score more points, and they're throwing the strikes just to get a few more. 2 down on Cinemonster. Blue Eye still in control right there. Cinemonster needs to go in. The strikes to paint, they need to hit at least one of the zone. Oh!
Oh, that was a nice clutch! That was a huge clutch! Thanks for those strikes. Oh, Pat, that was a huge clutch.
It is not over. 2 minutes left in the game. Cinemonster making sure of it, as now it's their turn to be on top. And it's on Blue Eye to find a way back up.
Indeed, and we're seeing Cinemonster turning the tables here. The tide is turning. S-Blast poking against Blue Eye, going down to Buff Blast with the blaster. And Mid Decap going for that flank. We're seeing almost getting told up by those strikes, unfortunately getting out. And with 1 down, 2 down on the side of Blue Eye, Cinemonster has his own still. They just have to keep playing defense here. Shell getting a pick.
Not much time left. Blue Eye needs to paint, but Cinemonster is going to get the game. We are going once again to a game 5, Moku.
Oh my goodness. All Cinemonster needed was to get a good pick or 2 and then just push them back in the zone. They did to Blue Eye what was done to them last match. Yeah. And honestly, I'm so sorry for having interrupted you at the end there. I was just popping off. I am so sorry.
It's fine. I mean, this is the map where you see a team staying on top of the zone for so long. It is so hard to retake. And Blue Eye, they're incredibly powerful, they're incredibly talented, but their comp is a bit slow to get the retakes. On this map, it really cost them. Now they don't even hesitate a second to counterpick. We're going to Brine Water Springs, and I guess we're gonna see more snipes.
It seems like it. Brine Water Springs is a very small map. Now snipers like Yoshell have a big advantage here with Brine Water because everybody's just right in front of you. Like I was saying, Cinemonster tends to get up into your face, so there's a good chance that this could also be advantageous for them as well. So it's a pretty even map and mode, even though Brine Water is really tiny. Isn't it like the tiniest map in the game?
I mean, it's certainly one of the tiniest. Probably. I think it's one of the maps especially where you can respawn and instantly get back to the zone and paint the zone pretty much from your spawn, which makes it hard to really get control, because at any second, if the opponent has a Booyah Bomb or strikes ready, they can flip the zone very, very easily. So both of these teams will need to really get a lot of control and know that, I mean, you can't, coming back in overtime is pretty much impossible, because any team can always flip the zone simply by throwing themselves at it.
This is so true. I forgot to mention those GG specials. And what can I say? What else can I say about Brine Water other than the fact that it's easy to lock somebody out? But that goes for both teams, so I guess it really just depends who can hold on defense longer.
Yep.
But we're already going to get our theories here tested, Pat, as we're already heading into flat zones on Brine Water.
Yeah, it is time. Cinemonster completely dropping the backline. Blue Eye sticking to the lead on this map. That's going to be very much dominant, especially since that Elite has a respawn punisher. Let's see, can Cinemonster really force Blue Eye out right now? It looks like the blaster from Blue Eye was already splatted. And Cinemonster are taking early control, Moku.
This is so true. Cinemonster taking that early control, like you were saying, and to build off of that, Cinegoat is going down. Blue Eye managing to work on getting zone back, but Cinemonster taking back that zone. We're seeing a nice jump out here. Yoshell getting Cinegoat without even so much as a blink. Didn't even look at Cinegoat. Just got them with not even making eye contact. Cinnamon getting that same treatment. Oh, Yoshell, please.
Yeah, Yoshell always there to be so dangerous, and that's going to be Blue Eye getting the zone. Now Cinemonster already repainting again. It is so fast to respawn, it's so fast to get back on the zone. 2 versus 2 right there, and the Cinemonster are taking a lot of ground as Blue Eye always a bit too slow to come back onto the game.
Well, I just don't have a lot to add here, but I'm seeing Cinemonster going for that lockout. I was just mesmerized by what Yoshell was doing, and we're seeing the GG strikes. I call them GG strikes just because they're able to get zoned very easily in most cases. We're seeing them go down without even looking at them.
Yeah, and right now there's 20 ticks left. Blue Eye needs to paint, but there's 2 down on Cinemonster. They should be able to get in there. They're getting that zone. Huge lead by Cinemonster, but Blue Eye is still very much in the game. Now, can Cinemonster get back? Oh, wait, they just lost their elbow as Blue Eye are now threatening the ramp, threatening to go forward. This could be their opportunity to score big points, Moku.
Indeed, and Blue Eye going back for that defense here. Like I was saying, you can easily just hold a lockout, but all you need to do is push back and hold your own defense. And what we're seeing right now is, I can't pronounce that name, but I want to say Triple Star going down to Cinnamon. Cinnamon with that mid decap, holding it down on left side. Almost getting picked out by that Booyah Bomb. I'm so sorry, not a Booyah Bomb. That's the smallest Booyah Bomb ever. Splat Bomb. Could you imagine? Could you imagine a tiny Booyah Bomb?
Yeah.
Just like Booyah explodes.
Right now, Cinemonster are still holding the zone. They don't have much penalty, but the strikes will reapply that, and the snipes will give presents to Blue Eye. The Decapitator is still around, but never mind that. Blue Eye gets control with a wipeout, and Cinemonster, they managed to drop to the side. They have the Slusher. The Slusher is controlled. Blue Eye getting the splats. No penalty. They're back in this game, Moku.
I'm just flabbergasted. They got the wipeout. Yoshell is kind of scaring me as a brushman. You know, I can already tell. I go into a match with Yoshell and I'm gonna get cooked. Be like, okay, I'm here.
Oh, wait.
Blue Eye taking a zone.
Oh.
Lead switch, but Cinemonster can always take it back.
Yeah, I mean, Blue Eye, now it's their turn to play catch up. They were able to apply that penalty and get control over the zone, but Yoshell is back on the sniping position, and that's going to be a zone back in blue, Moku. I mean, 1 minute left in the game. These 2 teams are just 2 points away, but these 2 points are in favor of Blue Eye.
We're seeing strikes come out with 45 seconds left on both sides here, with the zone being in neutral for shockingly a little bit longer than I thought, but Cinemonster needing to only hold it down for 25 more ticks if they want to get the zone. But Blue Eye getting the zone back. Burst Blast getting blasted back to base. And Yoshell, where are you, Yoshell? Oh, that's a Kraken. That's a Kraken.
That is the Kraken indeed. That Kraken is chasing, getting more presents, and is going to only get a trade, but that trade is fine by Blue's book. Cinemonster need an overtime, but they won't get much of it. Blue Eye gets their ticket into upper bracket finals.
GG's both teams. Also, Yoshell, please.
Yeah.
Oh, that E-leader is scary.
Yeah,
Like,
your show always brings the show.
I'm a brushman, right? I can skirmish around the map, but I'm pretty sure if
Yeah.
you put Yosho in it, I'm
Oh
pretty
no,
sure if
you
you,
can't. You're not allowed.
yeah, Yosho would cook me. Be like, is that a little rat? I think not. Yosho's not even going to bother shooting me. They're just gonna take the E-liter and bonk me over the head with it. That's all they're gonna do.
Yep.
So they're gonna do. Be like, oh man, it's just a little rat. Hold on, bonk.
Well, we're going to see more of your share in the upper bracket finals, but Moku, I believe it's time for you to go because it's the end of the block. I'm staying because I got more job to do, but for you, it's time to say goodbye. And before you go, do you have something to plug?
Y'all can find me at mokudraws1020.bsky.social and change the world. I'm just kidding. That meme's overdone. I guess I'll see y'all next year. I get it, get it.
Yeah, I get it. Well, I'll see you next year, and I'll see all of you viewers in 5 minutes for the upper bracket finals.
Don't go anywhere.
And we are back with Triton-Cup 127. I am back this time with Matt, aka Meow, and we are going to watch our top two teams of the tournament. So far, it is the upper bracket finals. It's going to be Blua going against Volgarten Sound, which I am mispronouncing. Google is telling me that it means front garden fence. Matt, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. Pat, if I'm not mistaken, you were actually just here, so you've been on.
I've
You're
been
still
on.
here.
Yeah. I mean, I can't ever get enough of Triton Cup. I love this tournament so much, so I get to cast it all.
Yeah, and this is the last Triton Cup of the year, so definitely a little bittersweet as we close out 2025. But it's definitely gonna be a good one. We have our winners final set. Blah versus I'm gonna attempt Volgartensson? I don't know. We're both winging it here.
Yeah,
Very
that's
good team.
Volgarten, I guess,
And-
in German. But they only have 3 players, so we're gonna reset the lobby, I guess.
They're very confident.
Wait, we starting on Iltel again? What is with everybody on Iltel?
Do we have Iltail last set?
In the semi-finals, we started with Iltel as well because both of the teams put it on their list.
Oh, okay. Iltail's getting. Oh, there's a LAN I think coming up that has Eeltail. Maybe that. But I've seen Eeltail become a little bit more popular recently, which was very surprising to me. So it's starting to get a little bit more usage, but I wouldn't say it's a terrible zones map. It's a little annoying, but it's not a terrible map.
I mean, it is so hard to push back onto this zone. The zone is huge, and it's a whole way the opponent knows where you're coming from. There are so many things. Like, once a team has control of the zone, that team has every card in their hands, and the other team is very much struggling to get back in. Especially right here, we're going to see both of these teams have an incredible sniper. Volgarten Sound has Devin on the Elita. Blua, we've seen Yoshel on the Lita as well. These two players, they have incredible aim. They're incredibly dangerous, and on this map, they're both going to be so dangerous. And apparently, one of the players' internet is very bad. But it should be getting fixed right now.
And great timing for the Monster Hunter song. Well, I'm waiting. Great timing from the song, but I mean, yeah, Eeltail's definitely a map that it's gonna be a bit of a struggle to push on. The leaders are gonna make a huge impact here, but I mean, if I'm playing this, if I'm playing Eeltail zones, I'm very cautious with where I'm moving because it is one of the more linear maps. So it's again easier for those leaders to really get those picks, but you're really limited to how you can move around. And me, I'm a dually player. I need to be moving around. I need to have all that space. So if you put me on a linear map like this, I'm more prone to those snipers. So these teams are going to definitely have to be careful. They need to watch where they're putting their feet because one wrong move and boom, you're out and you get a delayed push. So they have to really be careful with how they're going to approach this upcoming map. But I have seen it get a little bit more popular, so I'm very interested on why. But I mean, it's a linear map. It's an easy lockout map. It's, in my opinion, a little bit similar to how Robo is with the lockout. So definitely, I think these teams like to just lock out immediately and boom, hold for the entire 100 seconds, and that's the game. So that's definitely, I feel like the team plan that these teams are going for here. So the other team has to be very careful with how they do their plays. And I mean, even taking one bad fight could cost them the entire game because that one fight could lead to a lockout and immediately they can't push back in, and the other team is just completely in their personal space.
Yeah, very much. It's a dangerous map, and what we saw, we saw this map into the semifinals, and it was very much the team that got control at the start of the game, kept control throughout the game, and got the KO. The other team was able to get back to the zone, but were not able to really get paint the zone enough to apply penalty, and that was the game. So I feel like we could see the same thing. We could very much see one team get control, the other team not able to push back in. So pay attention. That opening could decide it all. I'm being warned that we are on weapon select, so we should have all of our players all good. Let's get in the game.
We're about to get in that game, finally start this set off. We had a little bit of a delay, but that's all right. You know, I mean, if we could get a quick KO, that could, like, take off that delay time. I'm just saying. But you never know. These games could go either very fast or very slow. So, very exciting to see how these players are going to approach. And again, I mean, just like what we normally see around this stage of Triton-Cup, a lot of high-level +1 players. We saw earlier, you said earlier, Devin. We see Kiki, Silver, Phoenix, all +1 players on Vogar, and Blue and Blah, I believe, has a decent amount. They have a lot of +2 players. But anyways, starting off this game, we see the blasters coming up from both sides, and we do, as you called out earlier, see that leader on both sides.
Yeah, and that's right now both teams trying to get the control of the fence. I'm going to call them fence because that's what their name means. Are taking control of the zone, painting around Blua, waiting to get back in. And able to get the splat onto the zap. That is a huge, important splat. But Blua lost a few too many players trying to get back in. And now the fence team is getting the whole of mid, Matt.
Yeah, fence right away, going on that offense, going for that lockout right away. They're already down almost into the 40s, and the members of Blah are really trying to move in here. There's that cooler that they need, and they are immediately going in here. We do see that Kraken. Very interesting pick to see Kraken on immediately rushing in there. Get this pick off of the zap, and we do see the Stamper go down as well. So Blah has their chance here. They're close to strikes, and they are able to cap that zone.
Yeah, that's a huge retake for Blua, able to set themselves here. We see the two leaders trying to snipe each other, but forced to respect each other's range, each other's pace, as both teams are now facing. Oh, nice snipe by Devin 4K right there for the fence, as it looks like fence are getting the splats, but Blua is answering. Both of these teams still kind of fighting for it, but fence is getting back the zone.
And we saw right away, the second Devin got that pick, they were on the offense and they were moving in here. And we see that Stamper trying to move in here, but no, they do get taken out there, 2 down on the side of fence. And we do see Ips moving up there on that zap, trying to get as much turf as he can. We do see the leader trying to back him up. We do see that jump out's going to be huge here. Kraken coming out there from Blua. They really want to push in here. And there goes that Stamper again, trying to get rid of that leader, but it's not going to work. And that Zap really going to be the offense that Blua needs, coming off of Sandwich as well.
Yeah, and right now Blua are taking more and more splats. Wait, Morgensen are going back onto the zone, getting the splat on the blaster will allow them to get a bit of control on the zone, but it takes so much to paint. The Booyah Bomb is enough to allow them back in. That's Blua forced now to fight again for the zone. Both of these teams trying to be on top. Huge move by the blaster.
A huge pick there, taking out that leader is going to be huge, and all of a sudden they're 3 down.
Yeah,
and the members of Blua are able to push back in here, trying to get that penalty out of the way, and they do have a little bit of a score to go through, but we do see their bucket does get picked off there. That's going to be an entrance for fence. There goes that cooler. That's what they need to push in. But that blaster on the side of Blue is really holding them back.
Yeah, and right now, fans going in, they have their zap onto the zone. There isn't much time, there's no penalty on Blue, and Blue is throwing the strikes to try to keep the zone a little bit longer. Right now, though, 2 down onto Blue. It looks like fans are able to take a lot of control around, and they paint the zone, reapply penalty with less than a minute and a half in the game. Fans are getting more and more happy about this game.
It's been pick after pick for these teams. We do see that leader getting taken out. There goes that bucket. That's going to be huge for Fence. That Booyah Bomb landing right there. Not exactly able to take out the blaster, but they're 2 down. And this is Blue's chance to push in here. They don't have too much time, but it's really just that blaster on the zone. And with the Kraken out, they just can't paint it in time. And Fence is going to take that KO for their first match of the winners finals.
It is so hard to push back on this map. It is so rough to paint this zone. But yeah, that is Fence getting game number 1 with better control, with more presence that they had throughout this game. We saw Blue really be able to be there, be able to push in, but not really able to force Fence out of the zone, which means it's 1-0 for Fence, but now we are going to counter picks.
Yeah, Fence really, they held it just a little bit longer than Blua, which gave them that more leniency to really give themselves more time to pick up a push, because Blua, they had to go through that penalty and they had to go through a couple more points there. And those couple more points was the time that Fence needed to really calculate that push. And I mean, they were going back and forth, but that push at the beginning of the game was what Fence needed to held up for the rest of the 5 minutes, because really Blua, they had great holds on that zone, but just they couldn't hold it for long enough. And because just after that time goes, Fence was just building up their resources, getting those specials that they needed to push in, and Blua just couldn't hold it. Barely, just less than less than like 7 seconds they needed to take that lead. So that push at the beginning of the match was really great for Fence, and it really established how much time that they have to really calculate those pushes. And now we're going to be going on Inkblot.
Yeah, Inkblot is a good move by Blue. They have the blaster and slosher combo, which for this map is going to help them a lot. And especially on this map, it's a big zone with a big pillar in the middle. That is a perfect spot for a good Elite player.
Yeah, I mean, especially Bucket and Blaster. 2 weapons that Blue needs. 2 of their aggressives. 2 weapons that are really just going to be trying to push Fence back as much as possible. 2 weapons that are also great at ledge camping. And that's something that you need on Inkblot, especially with your plat. I mean, if you get ledge camp there, it's really hard to get out of it because the enemy already has so much cover below them. And especially Bucket, one of those weapons that really benefits from different elevations. That's going to be huge here. Blaster, a weapon that has a bigger blast radius. It's able to shoot, it's able to get more damage off from farther than it normally is. So really, their weapons are the sharking weapons are really gonna help out really for Blua. So great counter pick for them. So Fence is gonna have to be very careful with how they approach that ledge, because really it's gonna be a death spot for them.
Yep. Mind the ledges, mind the gap, but Fence are very much ready for it. We've seen them on Iltel play around it, and let's see what they're able to do right there. But yeah, as you said, this is a good map for Blue. This is a great counter pick by them. Now they need to make it work, and not much of a surprise. In terms of the comp, and let's get right back in the game.
Pretty much, we do have the same comps coming from both sides.
Yep.
Both teams picking with the same weapons, and we do see right away though that Bucky got picked off by Devin. That's going to be huge. Immediately,
Yep.
the members of Fence are able to push in on that zone and get a little bit more of an advantage as Blua. But they do have that cooler. But no, we do see Kiki on that as well. It's going to double with 3 down already. And with another, Fence is just in their base.
Yeah, incredible opening by fans who are not wasting a second, pushing very high to making sure nobody can be on the platform and punishing the Kraken before it can be deployed. Blua cannot catch a break right now as we're already past the halfway mark.
Yeah, already. I mean, that pick on the Kraken was going to be huge. Their coolers are out. Blua has this chance. They have the Tri-Strikes on the zone. Booyah Bomb coming from Fence, completely throwing them out. The Kraken gets taken out again. And we do see that Stamper just rushing around getting picks there. And we do see the Zap on the side of Fence trying to pin this out, but no, Kiki takes them out. And with 2 down and with 3 down, this looks like to be a 0 to 100 KO for Fence.
Whoa. What a game by fans. We saw a very hard-fought game in game 1 with fans being on top, but now Blua was nowhere. Fans was winning all the fights, was taking all the positions, and right there, they're up 2-0.
That was okay. I mean, wow. As you said, I mean, game 1 was incredibly close. It was less than a 10-point difference. And we just saw 0 to 100 KO there for Fence. I mean,
yeah,
that was insanely fast. And I mean, we talked about how Blua really had to take advantage of those ledges and how the Bucket and Blaster were going to be 2 huge weapons here. And immediately at the start of the game, we saw Fence take out that Bucket right away, and then the Blaster fell right after. So they literally read our minds, and basically
they didn't make it to the ledges. They did not make it to the ledges to do what they wanted to do, and now that's 2-0 for Fence.
And now moving on to Robo, another lockout map, but another map that might favor Blua. Blaster and Bucket are really huge here, and because of how fast we just loaded into that game, I don't think the weapons changed at all.
Yep, I mean, and Fence, they also have a Blaster, and a Stamper can work incredibly well as well for here. Both of these teams have the weapons for the job, and going on to this map, Blua needs to switch up not just the map, but their game. They need to be able to match the fight that Fence has been bringing to them right now.
Right away, we see those coolers go out, but the Stamper falling for Fence, their aggression is out, but the Zap just taking charge anyways with the Blaster helping, and with a wipeout, Blua is back into their base.
I mean, this is the momentum that Fence has been able to establish, and Blua needs something big. They need these strikes to hit the zone, they need to apply penalty, and they need to take space if they want to stay in the game. 2 players down onto Fence, make that 3. It's only Devin 4K left with the leader to defend, but at least that's the zone for Blua. Blua are able to push in, but they lose their frontliners.
Even though Fence was 3 down, Devin was able to still get picks, and that's allowing Fence to move in right away, literally leaving Blua at 85, not giving them any time to gain any points. See that Booyah Bomb come out there. We see Kiki get taken out there, but the Booyah Bomb's not applying as much pressure as they needed to.
Yeah, and I mean, that's Fence getting rid of their penalty right there. Blua able to punish the Stamper and able to get the snipes, but 3 down onto Fence once again. Devin with the leader is going to be splatted this time, which means Blua gets the space. Finally, Blua are able to put themselves in front of the zone. Now, the big question is, can they stay there? Can they really start getting momentum? They need a lot of points.
Taking down here, though, Fence is 2 down. Blua up in their base. Another snipe comes out there, taking out that Blaster. And that's going to be huge for them. Just for Zap, and look at that. Excuse me. Oh my lord, another. This Bucket really giving them the word. They want revenge for how many times they were sniped out last game. And we see Blua looking towards that KO. They don't have many ticks left. And the members of Fence really have to push in here.
And that's Samage for Blua right there, getting more presence. The zone was so close to a KO, but Fence are able to paint it. Fence are still in the game. And right now, they need pretty much to get a KO if they want to win this one. But Blua has shown how powerful they can be.
And I mean, already they're almost done with their penalty here. Leaders going at each other, trying to get this times. Kiki moving up there, able to get the pick off of the leader, and another one, leaving just the zap. But Fence not letting Blua have this game easily, and now Blua is now Fence is looking towards that KO down into the 10s.
Yeah, they are getting there right now. Blua throwing the Booyah Bomb, but that Booyah Bomb is not enough now. The strikes arrive a bit late. Can they flip the zone? Yes, and 2 down onto Blua, onto Fence right there. Blua are on top of the zone, and Fence is going to need another big push if they want to get back.
I mean, we're in the single digits. How often do you really see that? We see the Stamper trying to just move the members of Blua here. There goes that. There goes the Zipcaster. And they are able to take out that Zap. And the penalty is going down. No. And there's the DC. And now we don't know what happened. So, I actually can't predict who's going to win that game. I really don't know who's going to win that game. They were just going back and forth.
We had a minute left, and anything could happen.
Yeah, I mean, and it's so rare, and it's been a while since I've seen a single-digit zone game like that. I mean, it's very rare that you come across a game that close, and it sucks we can't see what's going to happen, but these teams are still going to, I mean, unless everyone DC'd. Did everyone DC?
Oh, no, the whole lobby crashed.
Oh!
Okay, so the whole lobby crashed, and
oh no.
I mean, that is so... No.
Oh no.
And upper bracket finals too.
So the question is, how are we approaching this game? Because I mean, you don't even know who's gonna win this game, and everyone's just gone. Now, does this count as a redo? I'm not sure.
I am not ATO.
We aren't sure. But we have to get confirmation from the higher ups TOs about what we do in this scenario, because for as long as me and Pat have been doing Triton-Cup, we actually do not remember what happens in this situation.
Oh, I know what happens in that situation. I know, but I'm a caster and I'm not making that call.
Yeah.
But right now, lobby was crashed. The host will switch whatever happens, because according to the rule, Fence was hosting, so it's either going to be 2-1 or back to 2-0. But that's, I mean, but like that's unfortunate. That's very much unfortunate. Okay, right now our TOs have been warned, and but yeah, like things are. He's being talked.
Yeah, we're getting this sorted out. Wow,
I see a lot of sportsmanship, but
you can see the chat. I can't. It's either now my dog's barking. It's either Blua takes the winner, or it's a redo.
Exactly.
That's what we're at right now.
All right. It's getting late, and Blua is going to make the room. That's going to be 2-1. We're going to move forward and make sure you have a good connection. And I'd like to point out that's not rule booking. That is very much both teams agreeing to that.
Okay. So we're going on to a game 4.
And I'd like to shout out the players who usually get rowdy. These players, like, they know each other, they like each other, and they're very nice to each other right now in chat, being like, oh yeah, that sucks. But yeah, that's...
I mean, in other levels, players could be going at each other's necks, so great that we have some good sportsmanship happening.
Yeah. But that was a close game, but Blue was still able to get their lead. They're still able to get ahead, and yeah, that's 2-1. Blue are still in there, but now, one thing to note, Matt, is that now we are going to a fences pick.
Yeah,
and that's going to be Barnacle and Dime.
Okay. This is actually, that's good for them. That's gonna work out for them. But I mean, just talk about the last game. Blue went from almost getting KO'd to almost KOing.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw how fast game 2 ended. So seeing Blue just completely on them, I mean, they were getting the picks that they needed. They were about to, if they had an extra second, they would have KO'd. So they're back on it. I mean, they took game 2, they're like, okay, this is what we have to fix, and they applied that, and all of a sudden they're about to KO. So going into this next game, they got to reapply the same stuff that they just did and hope for a win.
Yeah, as you said, they are finding their groove. They're learning to play against Fence. Fence, still a team that is very fast, very dangerous, but Blue are, now they have a point on the board, and as you said, they were bringing the fight. They were getting closer. They were in the lead in that last minute. But as you said, that was such an intense game. With a minute and a half left in the game, we were in the single digits for both teams. It went the distance. And that's the kind of game where you're like, oh, anything could happen between these two teams. You know, one team could indeed get control and get a lot of points, but the other team is always lurking there and ready to mount a comeback.
Excuse me. So going into this game, I mean, both teams they're going to be on it. And I feel like especially Blue, I mean, they learned from their mistakes, and they were very close to that KO. So they're going to apply that same thing and hope for a win, send them to a game 5, which would put Fence even more on the edge. But Fence, they definitely want to close this out as fast as they can.
Yeah, let's get in the game. Let's see who gets the better opening right there. Our colors are inverted. Blue is in yellow as Fence is taking control over the zone.
Right away, we do see that wipeout come in, and Fence is immediately on it. They're not letting the members of Blue move at all. We do see Kiki overextend a little bit. Zap able to take him out halfway to that cooler. They have a chance here. They're close to strikes. They're going to push him with them. That's going to be what they need here. Ooh! The S-Plus goes down again, and the members of Blue are able to just push up right away, take control, but no, they instantly go 2 down.
Yeah, I mean, the fight is still raging on. All Fence is on top of the zone right there, and there, I mean, penalty was applied, but they're fine. They're still scoring points as Blue is forced away. The strikes will slow down the zone, but can Blue go in? Oh, wait, a splat on the Stamper. That should allow them to get forward.
Yeah, that's their aggression out of the way, but no, we do see Kiki able to take out that bucket right away. The points are coming in for Fence now. That pick was going to be huge, really completely blocking Blue out there. But we do see some of the members of Blue backing off a little bit. We do see, again, that bucket getting picked off by the leader. That's going to be huge. Kiki moving in here, getting the pick off of Ips is going to be insane for them. And pushing in here, they're leading towards that KO now that they're in the 10s.
Yeah, I mean, Fence right there. Just a few more points That's all they need. But the strikes going on the zone will let Blua paint a little bit. Blua doing all they can to be on that zone, to stay on that zone, and they're able to get the penalty applied. We still have more game to play with a wipeout. Blua is getting in position, and now Blua has all the control, and especially on this map, once your sniper is ahead, you can stay there for a very long time, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, we literally, same thing as last game. Blua barely holding on. Ooh, that's going to be huge. 3 down on the side of fence. And Blua really taking these aggressive positions. There goes that zap. That's pretty huge. They want to get this KO in.
It's not over. Blua mounting their comeback, not letting Fence get back in. More splats, no stamper for you. Fence needs to find the way forward. The Booyah Bomb is not enough to paint the zone as Blua is keeping their control. The strikes is stopping the zap completely. Fence has no way in, and Blua is mounting the incredible comeback that is now 2-2.
Wow. I mean, literally just like last game, Blua barely holding on to Fence in the single digits, and Blua able to make a crazy, almost 0 to 100 comeback there, tying it up 2-2, and we're seeing a game 5.
Yeah, I mean, these two teams very much always able to come back, always able to do more. And we saw Blua that was dominated in the first 2 games. Now they've learned, they've come back, and I mean, on this zone, not only were they able to get back onto the zone, they were able to really establish themselves, not let Fence do anything. And Fence had no way forward, Matt.
Really, I mean, that was the second that they locked them out there at the end. I mean, we saw, I mean, pick after pick, especially towards the end there. I really wanted to point out at one point the zap on the side of Fence during that ending scuffle when they were down to 7 and Blua had that lockout. They had the cap. The zap going down on Team Fence was huge. That zap was giving Fence that paint that they needed.
Yeah.
And the second that they went down to the E leader, they were able to push in, then completely cap the zone, and just they were able to lock out right away. And I mean, pick after pick, especially the stamper picks was crazy. But I just want to talk about this. But look at what we're playing on. Look at our game 5 here.
We are going to Crab Leg Capital. I guess
right away.
I guess we're going to that has to be like we have to pay attention to the leaders because there has to be good duels happening this game.
Yeah, the leaders are, again, I mean, even at the beginning of the match, ending the set just how it started, leaders being the most deadly force here, especially now on Crab Leg, another great leader map. And let's see how these players are going to approach this game 5. It's tied up 2-2. This is going to be huge for both teams.
Yeah, and right there, that's going to be early control for Fence, but all of Blua are ready to paint it back. With the Spite is still raging on, and right now, a few more splats in favor of Blua, but they're still not really able to get enough control to take the zone. I mean, we're gonna keep fighting, but all 2 down onto Fence. Blua are now on top of the zone, on top of the grate, and getting more points.
As that pick is going to be huge. The members of Fence stuck in that little corner, though. But we do see the picks coming in there, 2 down on the side of Blua. This gives Fence the chance they need to lock in there. There goes that blaster, and now Fence gets that lockout, and this is what they're going to need. They want to completely lock him out here, but we do see that S-Blast goes down, which is going to be huge for Blua.
Yeah, and right now, Blua getting back onto the zone, pushing their way forward. Amado on getting the splats they need to do, so they're gonna repaint the zone and reset themselves up. Fence very much forced to wait for a better way in right now. As I mean, the Booyah Bomb is going to be ready, and with a splat on the bucket, that is Fence going back onto the zone. Matt, and ooh, here comes the splat.
And we're 3 down, but no, another splat coming in there for that leader before they get the jump out. Yo, Shell. Wow. But Blua has, no, Fence has a little bit more control there, but no, their Stamper does get taken out there. They are able to get that lead, but is it going to be a strong lead? The members of Blua trying to push back in there, but no, their bucket's coming down. That's going to be huge, though. There goes that leader. There goes that Stamper. And it does look like Blua is able to come in here. The Zap trying to paint over. They are able to paint over that zone.
Oh! They can't get in, and right now Blua is supposed to drop, but no, they have to go away. They don't have a way forward. Only a few ticks left on the zone, and Fence is holding strong. Blua doesn't have the way forward. Ips is going to be splatted before reaching the zone. That is 3-2 for Fence. Blua showing us what they can do, but not enough.
I mean, I just want to point out, even with a DC win, I mean, they were just they really deserved a crazy game 5, and I mean, they delivered exactly that. I mean, we saw how dominant Fence was, especially in those first 2 games, and then Blua able to learn from their mistakes and take 2 games back to back after that. And especially how it was almost a 0 to 100 for both games. I mean, incredible performance from both teams.
Yeah. I mean, incredible performance, but a bit better off a performance for, I'm going to try to say it, for Captain Zone. Probably wrong. They punch their ticket to Grand Finals. Blua will have to wait on the lower bracket for another shot at that spot. And we're going to take a short break, Matt, so we can prepare watching the low bracket, and we'll be right back.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Triton-Cup 127. My name is Matt, and I'm here with Pat, and we are Matt Pat, and we are here for our loser semifinal set.
Yeah, more action, and we're going to watch two teams that we saw earlier into the tournament, Matt. Cinnamon Monster going against Boo Boo Gang. And because we're on the low bracket semis, it's a best of three. That's going to be very tense between these two teams. Let's get in the game. And we're starting with a pick by Boo Boo Gang, by Cinnamon Monster. That's going to be Flounder Heights.
Yeah, this is, we don't really see Flounder Heights often, but we do see immediately. Our sniper's gonna go to work. They're taking out the Luna. We see the defense go down. We see the Bucky go down, and immediately the members of Cinemonster are on it. But we do see the Luna trying to just hold them back a little bit longer. But Cinemonster is able to take that first zone.
Yeah, Cinemonster, not only do they take the zone, they have a presence on top. Boo Boo Gang is forced to fight their way up, which is never a good fight to get right now. Cinemonster fighting for that zone. I mean, the zone is neutral, but Boo Boo Gang are losing a bit too many players while trying to paint it. That is pretty rough for them. They have their way forward, and that's a beautiful splat, as only the Slusher can get it, but the Slusher gets punished before they can get the other zone. Cinemonster still with one zone, but Boo Boo Gang finally able to break through and get both zones.
And I mean, great work to the decap, I want to point out there. Able to really split up the members of Cinemonster, allowing them to get into their base here. And already 2 down here. We do see the forced out Booyah. That's going to be good for Boo Boo Gang. As the decap, ooh, that was rough. But Boo Boo Gang definitely giving them the work. They have that lead. They're 2 down, and it's really hard for them to push back on this map.
Yeah, and Cinemonster is kind of stuck in their spawn right there. The Luna is finally dealt with, but there's so much ground between them and the zones right now. Boo Boo Gang still holding the line, not letting Cinemonster in, and the splat on the pencil is spelling trouble. Oh, what?
Oh my lord! What an insane ending double by that blaster to confirm Boo Boo Gang's overwhelming win. I mean, what? Excuse me again. Cinemonster, they had it for the first like 30-40 seconds. They had that zone, they had that control, and then Boo Boo Gang, really props to them for being able to push back in on this map. And I mean, completely locking out Cinemonster to their back base and applying so much pressure. Really was what gave them that win, and now they're just one game away from being in the losers finals.
Yeah, that's game number 1 going to Boo Boo Gang. Beautiful play right there. And yeah, now we're going to go on to Hagglefish. Wait, did Cinemonster just win?
Was it? We have the team.
Okay. Maybe we had our colors bad. Okay, the colors were wrong, and it looks like Cinemonster is the team that won, actually.
Okay.
I should pay attention to that. Usually I'm able to stay on top of that. But yeah, this went so fast.
Okay, so monster that one. Okay, so reverse what I said. Boo Boo Gang had that front control, and then Cinemonster able to push back and on Flutter. Really good on them, and they're gonna want to do exactly that going into this next game.
Yeah, so we have Cinemonster in yellow and Boo Boo Gang in blue. Always good now, and yeah, let's get back on top of the game, Matt.
We do see a rapid from both sides, so we're gonna see some whale action here, but. Oh, by the way, we see picks flying out, and we do see 2 down on the side of Boo Boo Gang. Ooh, just barely We see that Rapid hanging on. We see that Booyah Bomb going out there, trying to get at least something on that zone. There goes that whale as well. Booba Gang trying to push in, but they are a little bit staggered, so it's going to be hard for them. But they are able to cap that zone, give Cinemonster a bit of a penalty, and try to just push in there. There goes that cooler. Their bucket does go down there. There goes that hammer. We do see the decaf trying to flank, but it's not going to work. And the Wiper is able to take them out here. And we do see that bucket going down again. And now Booba Gang really pushing up there. They have that lead, and they're just trying to split up the members of Cinemonster.
Yeah, Cinemonster kind of pushed away right there. Booba Gang have control over the zone, but Cinemonster are making their way forward. The Booyah Bomb is slowing them down, but they're still able to get the zone and push forward in front of it right now. Booba Gang defending as much as they can, but the Rapid surrounded. Wait, the Rapid is still there. The Rapid is getting the splat. Is not stopping. What a retake by Boo Boo.
Yeah, and I mean, the Rapid able to apply so much pressure for both of these teams here. But we do see the pen, we do see the Wiper going down the side of Boo Boo Gang. Cinemonster has that chance to push back. We do see the members of Boo Boo Gang backing up.
Yeah.
Keeping their life is going to be really crucial here. They have that whale ready. They have the specials that they need to push. But the Wiper goes down, and that's going to completely stun their push. And we see the Rapid still trying to apply pressure, but Cinemonster really up in their base. But no, the double is going to be huge.
And that is Cinemonster taking the lead as they get more and more splats. Cinemonster right now cleaning up left and right and not letting Boo Boo Gang push forward once again. The torpedo rush is going to end things though. Boo Boo Gang is back on the zone with a hammer. Can they paint enough? They have the numbers, they have the zone. Cinemonster got a good lead, but Boo Boo Gang is still in there.
We do see Cinemonster really not letting Boo Boo Gang have any space at all, which is what they really need here. The Zap on the offensive. But we do see the Pang taking them down, but no, they're 3 down. Just with the Stringer left, and they get taken out as well. And Cinemonster back in control, trying to force Boo Boo Gang back into their base.
Yeah, Boo Boo Gang back, trying to find a way back in once again. As Cinemonster is holding the hammer, is going to be punished this time, not even able to shred the bubbler. That is huge for Cinemonster, who don't have much penalty left. That Slusher, still able to survive all the torpedoes, is going in and getting a trade. Boo Boo Gang needs to push in. There's only 10 ticks left on the zone.
We do see they have one last chance to push, but they just can't paint it. Barely just missing that cap, and Cinemonster takes a 2-0 win over Boo Boo Gang, and we're going to be seeing them quickly in that losers finals.
Yeah. Great games by Cinemonster. Each of these games we've seen Boo Boo Gang being able to bring the fight, but not really able to keep Cinemonster to have these long holds to really force them back in. And Boo Boo Gang needed kind of more specials, more resources just to get the same pushes that Cinemonster was able to get.
Coming into this game, I believe we'll take a very short break, and we'll be back for our losers finals very, very shortly.
And we are back. It is now the lower bracket finals of this Triton Cup 127. Only 3 teams are left in the last tournament of the year, and it's going to be Bluer versus Cinemonster once again to fight for the spot in grand finals. And of course, we're going back to Iltel Alley.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this when I came on the mic about Eeltail.
Yeah,
and I mean, we're just coming full circle with Eeltail at this point. We had our winners finals match start with Eeltail, and now we have our losers finals starting with Eeltail.
Yeah, I mean, I guess these top players like to play Iltels now. That's news to me, but I guess we're getting to a new year. We're getting to new resolutions and new maps. But yeah, let's get in the game. Remember, these 2 teams met. Bluer was able to win against Cinemonster, and that was 3-2. But on Iltra Ali, it was Bluer getting the victory.
Yeah, so going in this, a bit of a Bluer's advantage. So they're definitely they want to take charge in this next game here. We do see that cooler immediately pop from Cinemonster trying to move in here.
Ooh.
We do Q actually go down from the side of Bluer, and Cinemonster is the team taking that first pick onto the zone.
Yep. Cinemonster has the paint, Cinemonster has the position. Now can they keep Bluer away? Bluer getting the snipes though. That's 3 down on Cinemonster. Only the Cavitator is left to the side as Bluer is trying to paint that humongous zone. But they're not able to paint the humongous zone. Cinemonster is already back in the action and penalty hasn't been applied yet.
We do see a couple trades go on the board. Bluer taking that zone. We see that leader get a sneaky pick off of the bucket. That's going to be good for them.
Ooh.
And now we do see down on the side of Cinemonster and Bluer. Now it takes that lead and their leader in a good position, ready to just throw out the members of Cinemonster when it's the time. We do see the Tri-Strikes coming out there. The bucket and the Zap do go down on the side of Bluer. That's going to back them up. We see the picks coming on the board, but it does look like Cinemonster has a chance to get that zone cap, just barely hanging on there, but they do get the zone cap, giving Bluer a 30 penalty, and now up into their base, but they have to be careful because their Zap has now gone down.
Yeah, and right now we see the teams ready to fight once again. Cinemonster on the zone right now, using all their tools to keep Bluer away. The blaster being punished, but that's 2 down on Cinemonster. Make that 3. Bluer is back on top, retakes the zone. I mean, barely any points have been scored so far, but here comes the jetpack to really establish some presence for Bluer. That is huge right there. Cinemonster is forced to wait in their platform, and Bluer is going to take the lead back.
Barely hanging on the rapid, trying to do whatever they can, just poke it at the opponent. We do see the well coming out from Cinemonster, trying to give them an opening to get in there. We do see some picks. We see some trades coming on the board, just barely hanging onto that cap. They aren't able to paint it. On a Cinemonster, we see that bucket go down, and this is going to be huge for Bluer.
Yeah, Bluer has the control, has no penalty. Cinemonster needs to go in. The Zap is pushing forward, but once again, that zone is so big, it's going to take a lot to paint right now. Cinemonster using all they have to paint the zone. They lose 2 players, but still get the cap. We have more game to play as Bluer is retaking control already.
And a 66 penalty is going to be definitely a huge one that Bluer has to go through if they want to get this KO, but they have the chance to do so, but it gives Cinemonster a chance to push back in here. We see that bucket going down there. That's going to be huge there. We see the picks coming back to back. Another down on Bluer, and Cinemonster able to take that zone and give themselves a chance to push back in here.
Yeah, Cinemonster has the opportunity on this map. If a team has control of the zone, they can stay there so long. There's very much a comeback opportunity for Cinemonster as Bluer is trying to get back in, has to wait for the strikes. They lost 2 players. Cinemonster keeps the control, are gonna score more points. Yoshel, the last squid standing for Bluer, is forced to wait for the rest of the team as Cinemonster is getting more and more splat, is getting more presence, and is getting closer to winning the game.
We see very close. We're going to these final moments, but 2 down on the side of Blua,
Yep,
and
that's it.
Cinemonster able to get the lead and get that KO. Wow. I mean, we saw earlier how we had a single digits game earlier, and we just saw another one. I mean, these teams are just going at it. I mean, these teams are not backing down at all. And Blua was so much control, and then Cinemonster able to get that comeback and score the first game of the losers' final set. That's going to be huge for them.
Yeah, big move by Cinemonster. Remember when these 2 teams met in upper bracket semis? Blua won game number 1 on Illtail, and it was 3-2. So if the rest of history repeats itself, Cinemonster has an edge, is on their way forward as they have the counter pick advantage. But now it's on Blua to decide. Blua going to Robo Roman, where they won in the last time. So I guess they're trying to go back to the maps where they won earlier, which honestly is a decent strategy.
Yeah, so going into this, I mean, they know the maps that they can win on, and they know the maps that are going to be good. They know the maps that are going to be bad. So they want to counterpick the maps that really matter here. And we saw how well they did on Robo earlier on in winners final. So really they want to take full advantage of that. And if they can take this game, they can force that game 3 and really put Cinemonster on the edge. But if Cinemonster wins this, that's going to put a bunch of pressure on Blua to get a 3-0.
Yeah, right there. I mean, certainly not over. Both of these teams very close with each other, ready to fight for the Triton crown. A lot to go. And I mean, these teams have seen each other play as well. And there's a bit of a mind game of do you adapt your play? Do you know how to move to the right spot to counter your opponent? One thing for sure, when these teams met, Yosha on the side of Blua was absolutely dominating the game, getting a lot of snipes in a row. And I expect Cinemonster to have the tools to stop that from happening.
So going into this game, we do see that Rapid Blaster come out again. That's been helping Cinemonster a lot with those pokes, and the decaf coming in there to finish the shot off. It's working great for them, and they want to bring it into that next game because they know that they can use it to work. And Blua is going to have to be very careful with how they approach that, but they are able to pick off the Rapid right away. Trying to move in on that zone is going to be huge for them. We see that cooler coming in there, but we do see the bucket being taken out there, and another jump, and that is a delayed wipeout for the members of Blua, and they are up in their faces now.
Yeah, Blua, great opening, and they are going forward. They're going in. Cinemonster trying to find their way back. They have the specials, though. That's going to give them a way onto the zone. The splats are coming, but 2 down on Cinemonster at the end of that fight. Blua stays on the zone, keeps scoring points. As Cinemonster are struggling to keep their presence right now. 2 down on Cinemonster, and Blua is coming incredibly strong.
But we do see that zone cap. They're fighting for that zone. Blua able to get the cap, still applying those points. We see the members of Cinemonster trying to move in, but the zap gets picked off. That's going to be huge for them. But the tri-strike's coming in, and they are enough to paint the zone and give them a huge penalty, and Blua is now forced out of the base.
Yeah, Blua finally pushed away, but Cinemonster instantly losing 2 players. That's going to allow Blua to push back forward. The S-Blast is already on the zone as the rest of the team is coming in. Can Blua get the pain, though? Cinemonster able to win the fight, and that Booyah Bomb is coming in a bit too late. Wait a second. Cinemonster moving forward with no penalty. They're going to score more points.
We do see Yosho trying to just move them out of the base there. They are 2 down, though. Blua gets the chance to move back in here. We see the picks flying, but they are able to successfully take that zone, making sure Cinemonster doesn't take that lead with just an 8-point difference applied. We see the members of Cinemonster trying to move up there. The snipes are coming through. Yosho getting these crucial picks, able to get off that zap as well. There comes the Booyah Bomb, which is going to give Blua the entry that they need here. And with the zap down, Blua really just trying to get up into their faces, get that zone. And we do see that scuffle ending with Blua winning it. And with that penalty slowly taken down, this is looking a lot better for Blua.
Yep, Blua keeping their lead and keeping the numbers right there. 2 down on Cinemonster. Blua is going to move forward. Can they set themselves up? Yes, Yosha on top of that glass. Now waiting for a mistake from Cinemonster. Blua, no more penalty. They are eyeing that KO.
We see one down there. There goes those strikes, completely blocking them out. Cinemonster's last-ditch effort, throwing those strikes down. Is it enough to pay off? They're going for it, but they're 2 down. But Cinemonster still holding on strong with a wipeout.
That wipeout is so important. With less than 2 minutes in the game, they need that big push. They need the big hold on right there. Cinemonster didn't waste a second. They're already far ahead of the zone. Blue are forced to regroup. They have the tactical. They lost their blaster already. They need to go in right now as there's 2 down on Cinemonster, and Blue Eyes coming in. Strikes are being thrown at the zone. As long as they can apply penalty, they can stay a bit comfortable, but they need to apply that penalty. They need to apply it.
And there it is, giving Cinemonster a 42 penalty. There goes those strikes trying to cap the zone, but they're 2 down. Blua moving back into their positions. We have just less than a minute remaining. This is looking strong for Blua. Their penalty really ticking down there, and Cinemonster is running out of time to move in.
Yeah, right now Blua doing the work. 2 versus 2, but Blua has... wait! The flag on the zone! The flag on the zone!
Wow, okay. The decap single-handedly keeping the game alive for Cinemonster.
Yeah!
Giving them a huge penalty. We see both strikes flying out there. And with just 20 seconds remaining, Cinemonster still holding on. They have that zone. The members of Blua need to push back in here in the next 10 seconds or it's over.
This is where Cinemonster has the opportunity, but Blue Eye is on the zone, repainting it right before overtime. Cinemonster needs to paint, it's too late. We are now 1-1.
And we are seeing a much closer set than we might have anticipated. A 1-1 in losers finals just shows that both of these teams, they want to stay in the game and they want to take the win. And I mean, incredibly close game 2. And now with Blua taking that win, that's going to give Cinemonster the counter pick.
Yeah, the counter pick goes to Cinemonster. And I mean, these 2 teams have been close with each other the last time they met. They're still very much evenly matched. This is looking like it's going to go the distance. I wouldn't be surprised if teams were going to win on their own pick. And
So I mean, going into this next counter pick is going to be pretty huge for them. I mean, it's going to determine who... It's going to be Urchin. We do see Urchin Underpass. That's going to be our map. Another map that it's pretty easy to lock out on. So it's going to be very interesting to see how both of these teams are going to approach this next match.
yeah, I mean, that's the last time. The history is repeating itself once again. Cinemonster did counterpick that in the first set that these 2 teams had, and they won it. Blua was not really able to get their control to get in. But yeah, that's a good move, I think, by Cinemonster. I mean, they were able to really get control of this first game. Blua, their big strength is the Eliter. On this map, Eliter is not very good. Blua was forced to put your shell on the heavy splatling to work with this map, but it was not enough.
Yes, I mean, going into this game, I mean, both of these teams are very on edge. It's 1-1, and anything can go in this third game, and whoever wins the third game is going to apply so much pressure to the other team. It's going to be crucial. It's crucial to really take this win here. So, seeing both of these teams and how close they've been in this set, I can't even begin to think who has the upper advantage here, but I feel like it would be more close to Blue Up because of that bucket.
We'll see. We will see. Very much Cinemonster bringing the Dapples once again to the fight. And Yoshel this time on the 96 gal. Yoshel is going to be in charge of the cooler. That means Ips is now on the junior and is going to pull Bubblers on the zone.
Right away, we see Blue with the cap there. There goes the Apple. There goes the Yes Blast. The Decav trying to apply pressure, but it's not going to work. They get taken out as well. We do see the Dapples running in there, making sure the S Blast doesn't take any more priority. But still, Blue right away with this lockout.
Yeah,
and as I say that.
That is Cinemonster now in control of the zone. Blue are only having Samage with the bucket left to the side to maintain some aggro, but Samage needs to wait for the rest of the team before they can they can push on to the zone. Cinemonster is going to get the lead, Matt.
We do see that zone flip for them. 2 down on the side of Blua. We do see trades on the board, but it's not enough. Just leaving the bucket on the side of Blua alive. It's Cinemonster really pushing up into their base. That was going to be huge, but they have to watch that zone because it's about to cap over. But really, Cinemonster are playing a lot of points onto the board, which is going to be big for them. And they are able to get another pick and really completely locking out Blua.
Yeah, Cinemonster right there doing so much, but the strikes will buy Blua some time thanks to a penalty applied. But they lost 3 players to apply that penalty. That was rough. Cinemonster is getting more and more out of this game as Blua is fighting to get back onto the zone. Wait! It's a wipeout! Blua is on top! And scoring some points, and they camp the super jumps onto the beacons. Blue are very much in control right now.
And right away, I mean, completely flipping for Blue's sake here. Time slowly ticking down Cinemonster. They have to build their resources to get a push going. Their S-Blast does get taken out there. There goes that cooler, trying to give Cinemonster a reason to push in here. But the bubble placement's going to be huge. There are another pick coming onto the board. And no, Dapples in the S-Blast combo is able to apply a little bit more pressure, but really the members of Blua able to keep so strong on this zone here. 2 down, there goes that Booyah Bomb forced out there, but it's not going to be enough. The Tri-Strikes go out there, but the Booyah Bomb blocks it off. And it looks like Cinemonster still has control.
Yeah, they keep the zone. Ips is forced to jump out and regroup with the rest of Blua right now. And Cinemonster, with 2 minutes left in the game, have a very good lead, but Blua is coming back in there. Oh wait, Blua losing 2 players. They're going to have to wait before they can push in, but they don't have much time. They can't lose a single player now. They need to get onto the zone. Ips with the Junior. That Junior is a sploosh, but Junior is a Slayer weapon, and he's going to get control of the zone.
And wow, a crazy flip for the members of Blua. Slowly ticking away at that penalty is going to be huge. Specials are out, completely forcing Cinemonster away. Their decap does get taken out there. The bucket forced it back out there, but the bucket on the side of Blua just barely overextends. Gets taken out by that S-Blast. There goes that Tacticooler. That's going to give them the initiative to push here with the Booyah Bomb and the strikes.
Yeah, and right now, Cinemonster repainting the zone, once again reapplying the penalty and going in for more splats. That's a delayed wipe on Blua, 1 minute left, and Cinemonster once again is establishing their momentum, are getting the space, and Blua needs a monster push.
Down here, last minute, but they don't have a minute. Their penalty is about over. They have just 15 ticks to take it. Yoshio goes down though. Tri-Strikes come out trying to peep that zone. Is it enough? No, but the Tri-Strikes come in. Able to cap that zone, but can they beat it over? Barely, it's just down to one. And the
It's
Dapple's
not over!
already
Yoshio
getting
fainting! They get the zone! Now it's just a matter of can Blua stay there. Everybody from Cinemonster try to super jump in, but wait! The S-Blast is still around, getting the splats! As Blua needs to get the fight going, but the Booyah Bomb is going to push them away. 10 seconds left, Cinemonster retakes the zone. Blua has no way in. Wait, they have a way in! They do!
They trigger the
It's not
KO,
over.
but they're through down, but they're wipeout. Oh my lord! And even they triggered that overtime, but Cinemonster quickly capping that zone, taking that 2-1, and that's gonna be huge for them.
Yeah. Huge. I mean, Blua winning on their counter pick once again. That's 2-1 for them. That is match point. That is one more game to get to grand finals. As Blua right now, they need a good counter pick. They need to make it work.
Alrighty, and wow, it's down to Blue's counter pick again. The question is, I think I'm gonna predict Inkblot. I'm gonna predict Inkblot on this one.
Inkblot, you think so?
It does. It works in Blue's favor just because of the fact that the bucket and the blast are very powerful weapons for the ledge camp. So Inkblot might benefit them here.
I don't know. That's a possibility for sure. I mean, yeah, that's very much possible. Last time they went with Rainwater Springs, so that's the map I would expect. But no, they're going to Barnacle and Dime.
Oh, okay. They did good on. They did do good on Barnacle and Dime. They did good on Barnacle. We saw Blua play Barnacle and Dime on winners finals.
Yeah,
was it a win or was it a loss for them?
On Barnacle, I think they won. Yes.
Okay, so in that case, I mean, it was a good map for them. They want to bring it back. They want to tie it up 2-2, and they want to force that game 5. So they're gonna bring in the best maps that they know.
Yeah, they were able to win on Barnacle and Dime in winners bracket. So bringing it back here for the lower bracket is a good idea. It's a map that works for them. But yeah, that's Blua's last shot right there. If they lose one more game, they are out of the tournament. Cinemonster trying to get on to Grands. They want it. And I mean, both of these teams are incredibly good, but only one can make it through, Matt.
So going in here, I mean, Blua, the pressure's on them. They have to take this game or it's over. I mean, they made it so far now, they don't want to give this up. So they're really going to bring everything that they have to this final game. And I mean, Cinemonster, definitely not what I was expecting. I did originally think that Blua would have just an overwhelming win, but I mean, Cinemonster really keeping up with them. So Cinemonster having more of an advantage as Blua, they want to take this win and they just want to go on into Grands.
Yeah. And apparently, again, after a request by Cinemonster, Yoshel is started resetting their switch. There was a bit of lag, but yeah, they're gonna.
Hey, didn't we see lag a little bit ago? Something happened.
We saw things happen. I've seen a few snipes from Yoshel that were like, "Oh, how are you hitting that? That looks like it's at the wrong time." But I mean, not too bad, but at this level, every split second matters, and these players, they feel it. They feel it very strongly. So, yeah, it's so good. It's going to happen.
Alrighty. So, as we have a little bit, I mean, I think this is the first time in a while I've seen such close sets from both teams. I mean, it's been a while since I've seen a 3-2 in winners finals and this close of a set in losers finals. I mean, these teams are giving it their all, and I mean, it's the last Triton-Cup of the year, so really, you got to bring everything you got here.
Yep. I mean, we've had a very tense, very intense tournament for everybody right there.
Everyone's just here giving it their all.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, our teams are getting ready now, I believe. As yeah, we're going to go to Barnacle, and yeah, let's get right in the game.
Ready.
Remember, it's 2-1 for Cinemonster. Blua needs that victory, as Cinemonster keeping the same guns, and Blua pretty much with the same idea as well.
We do. I mean, the rapid has been working very well for Cinemonster, so really they want to use it for these final last couple games here. But immediately we do see a trade on the board. Both of the blasters going down here. We do see members of both teams moving in there. Cinemonster having a little bit more control over the zone. We see Savage on that side trying to get that pick. They are able to, but they do get that trade on the board. Cinemonster still has a little bit of control, but their decap does go down there. They have to be careful of that blaster.
Yeah, and that is Cinemonster keeping the zone right there, as Blua is not really able to set themselves in the right positions yet. That Wavebreaker is not enough to stop the opponent. Blua is forced away as all of Cinemonster is taking control of the zone, and I mean, it's Barnacle right there. You can't let your opponent have too much control. Blua is answering fast enough that they can get back onto the zone. They have the strikes ready, they have the cooler deployed. Here comes the push from Blua.
This is all that they have left. They don't have time at all. Down into the single digits now. Blua, last chance for their strikes going down on the zone to cover, but they're 2 down, and they are able to flip it with just 1 point remaining.
But that's a delayed wipe, I believe, for Blua, who are still... Oh, wait, they're still fighting a little bit to the side, but they're getting the splats they need. Now, Blua, no big deal. They want to stay in the tournament. They need to get a KO.
Cinemonster just 1 point away from finishing it out. Blua able to keep themselves in this tournament. We do see that bucket getting taken down there, down into the 40s now. We do see the Blua starting to stagger a little bit. They're 2 down. They're gonna have to back up here. Cinemonster getting that zone back. Bucket goes down. That's gonna be huge for Cinemonster. It's gonna give them that initiative to push up here. But Yosho able to get some snipes on board. Trying to lessen the pressure is going to be detrimental for Blua here.
Yeah. I'd like to say Blua bringing the double Wavebreaker for when they are 1 game away from elimination is pretty incredible, but they're able to get in that fight right there. Keeping your shell alive is so important right now, as they are getting the snipes, and that is Blua in control of the zone. Not that much penalty. The bubbler is not going to work for Cinemonster. The strikes will repaint the zone though, as Blua are not really able to keep... Oh wait, Blua, no penalty, are getting more and more damage. Is getting a good splat, and is forcing Cinemonster back, Matt.
We see, but no, Blua is 2 down. Cinemonster has a chance to move in here.
Yeah.
They're going into that zone. Can they get the cap though? The bucket trying to keep that pain alive, but Cinemonster is able to back them up, take control, and is now just a... They really just have to get through the penalty. If they get through that penalty, they win the game. And with these picks flying in, Cinemonster looking to be in a decent position here, but they're 2 down. This gives Blua the chance to push up here. There goes those strikes, so pushing them back is going to be detrimental. They're trying to move in here. Bucket gets taken out though. But we do
Whoa.
see the trades flying in.
Yeah, right now Blua is pushing onto the zone, able to get the splats to move in. Beautiful moves by Samij with the bucket once again, as Blua has retaken the zone. But there's only 1 minute left, Matt. They can't let Cinemonster apply penalty too much. They need to hold.
Yeah, I mean, we can't even look at the game timer. We have to look at these penalties slowly but surely. There goes that cap there. Blua able to keep up that zone. The members of Cinemonster trying to paint over, and they are able to paint over it, giving them a 36 penalty. And the members of Blua starting to stagger a little bit. The bucket goes down there, and there goes that zap. And Cinemonster with 3, now 3 down on the side of Blua. Cinemonster has that control. We do see some sneaky picks flying in here. Less than 30 seconds remaining. It comes down here. The blaster coming in there, but no, the zap picks them out.
That is a big move by the Zap right there. Cinemonster holding the zone. We're reaching the end of the game, the end of the set. Blue are trying to paint, but they don't have the numbers. That's going to be game number 4, and the set going to Cinemonster. Cinemonster will be in grand finals.
Wow. I mean, what a performance from both teams. I mean, very close games all around. Blua was barely able to hang on and apply just 1 remaining onto Cinemonster, really keeping themselves in that game until the end. They really did not want to get KO'd, and they kept it up for so long. But they weren't able to hold it long enough, and Cinemonster takes a 3-1 win over Blua, and they will appear in our grand final set against Fence.
Yeah, that is the set for us. We now have 1 final set to go. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back. Yep.
I can lead.
Okay, you go. Are we on again? Okay, we're back in the grand finals of Triton-Cup 127. It's the end of the year, and we are tired.
Okay. Yeah. Welcome everyone back to Triton-Cup 127, aka the last Triton-Cup of 2025. My name is Matt, and I'm here with Pat, and we will be your commentators for the grand final set against Fence and Cinemonster.
Yep, these two teams have done a lot, have played a lot, and they're ready to fight each other. These two teams haven't met in the tournament yet, so they have no history, and let's see how they're able to play. But of course, we are going to start with Iltel Ali.
Yeah, I mean, we started our our commentary set together on Eeltail, and we're ending it with Eeltail. And we're going to be rushing right into this game. Splat Zone's Eeltail. Let's see. We have Fence up against Cinemonster. Let's see who is going to come out on top.
Yeah, Fence and Cinemonster bring the comps that we've seen them rock with the whole game and the whole tournament. And yeah, let's see how they're able to do. Remember, on this map, the team that's able to get control gets so much out of it. You can score so many points. It is so hard to get back onto the zone. Right now, the battle is raging, and both teams are getting splats. Both teams are getting in, but neither is really able to get too much. But Devin 4K with the Elita is on top of everything.
Oh my lord! Devin with the collateral! And that is going to give Fence the opening they need to make sure they have that zone. And they want to completely cap out Cinemonster and take this game.
Yeah, and that's on Fence now. Kia Fence keeping all the control. Cinemonster forced to fight right out of their spawn. They are struggling so hard. We're past the halfway mark, and Cinemonster is fighting just to be out of their spawn.
And I mean, right when you think Cinemonster has a chance to move in, Fence has just been on them. 3 down on the side of Cinemonster, and Fence, they're still on that zone, even though they were to wait. But it's just the Stamper way. Cinemonster has a chance here.
Yeah.
And they get it. They do get the cap. And there it is. And luckily, Cinemonster staying strong, and they want to keep this game going.
That is big. Remember, on this map, if a team has control, they can KO. It is so hard to push right there. Fence needs to push back in, and Cinemonster are bringing the fight right now, but 2 down on Cinemonster, and the Decapitator is forced to move away out of paint right now. They're still scoring points, Matt, and Fence, they haven't found their way back to the zone yet.
But coming down here, we do see Zap going down. That's their paint gone there. The members of Fence starting to try and move back in here. They have a little bit of time, and they're 3 down on the side of Cinemonsters. With the boom coming in, Fence able to cap that zone. They have a 70 penalty, but they're up in Cinemonster's base again. But we do see 2 down on the side of Fence. This gives Cinemonster a chance to move in. There goes that cooler. That's what they need to really move in here.
Cinemonster already back on the attack, but Devin 4K is sniping everybody out of here. Fence doesn't care, and look at no care, just waiting with the angle, simply waiting right now. But the zone is painted, its penalty is not applied yet, but Cinemonster is on the zone, and they're gonna get it back.
And there, we went from a 70 to a 58 penalty for Fence.
Yep.
slowly ticking down, but Cinemonster's still staying very strong, slowly counting down here. They have 35 ticks on that penalty. We do see that Zipcaster trying to give them the works, but it's not going to be enough. Cinemonster still staying strong in the zone. 2 down, 3 down on the side of Fence, though. This is huge. Fence only has one more chance to really push back in here, and the Stamper does end up beating into them.
And right now, Cinemonster are keeping the paint on, keeping the presence. They have the numbers, they have the zone, they're gonna get the lead. There's nobody from Fence to get back in. That is 1-0 for Cinemonster.
Wow, I mean, coming back from just 4 remaining Fence, I mean, we saw how quick they were to lock out and how long they were able to hold Cinemonster in their base. But just towards the end, the members of Fence slowly starting to feed into them, and Cinemonsters took full advantage of that, and they're going to be taking game 1.
Yeah, that is indeed the first game for Cinemonster, and Fence immediately go to crab leg because they have a leader and their opponent doesn't.
Yep. It's going to be big for them. I mean, Devin's really going to shine on this map.
Yeah.
We saw how it was in winners finals, so bringing it back is only what they really need here. They don't want to mess around. They want to close out. They know they don't want to go into a bracket reset. They want to close out this set as fast as they can. They're thinking, okay, Cinemonster, they took that first game, but we're going to take the next 3. We're not going to force that bracket reset. We're going to take our time with our pushes, and we're going to take time with our retakes. And that's what they really need to be thinking going forward into this set.
Yeah, Fence readying up for Crab Leg Capital, and Cinemonster, they've shown their ability to adapt. And the weapon to watch, is going to be the Rapid Blaster Pro. That Rapid Blaster Pro is incredibly powerful on this map, and it's very much the trump card for Cinemonster that's allowing them to contest the leader.
Alrighty, so going into this game, we do see the decaf and rapid combo again coming out from Cinemonster. And we do see that classic comp from Fence. Devin is going to be a key part if they want to win this game here. Leader, very strong. And immediately we do see the trades going back to back onto this game immediately.
Yeah, and that is Cinemonster, thanks to their pencil, able to paint back, able to get their presence, and with the bubbler in front of the zone, they are taking their control as Fence is kind of forced to regroup, to get back and avoid getting wiped right now. 2 players down, and it's Cinemonster riding the momentum they've set in game number 1.
And I mean, we just see these picks coming back to back. We see that S+ backed up, forced to use that Booyah Bomb. The Zip, unfortunately, feeding into them. We do see Cinemonster still holding strong on that base. The picks are coming through. The decap does get taken out. This is Fence's chance to really rush back in here. And they want to now. That's exactly what they're going to do. But their Zap goes down there. They lose their main pain, but they are able to cap, giving a 54 penalties to Cinemonster. They're 2 down, they're 3 down, just leaving that pen. And Fence able to that zone and get Devin into a good position.
Yeah, this is now Fence in the position they want to have. The big question is, can they keep it? Can they get the snipes? Can they get the present? Cinemonster taking their time, taking cover. They don't want to get sniped too early, as they are now. They have their specials. They're gonna go in. Here comes the strikes to move the leader, and Cinemonster. Oh, that's not enough. Devin sniping through the strikes.
The Deke have a huge vital pick there. Fence, they have the lead. Cinemonster is 3 down. And all of a sudden, the control is back into Fence's favor. But we do see that Stamper again gets picked off there. And they're 2 down, but they're 2 down on both sides there. But the S+ gets taken on. The decap able to paint over that zone. And it looks like Cinemonster gets that cap, not letting Fence get the KO.
Such an important cap right there. Cinnamonster still in the game, and they're getting the splats right there, and they're able to push their opponent away. Fans are being surrounded as Cinnamonster behind in points, but in control of the zone.
And we do see right here the members of Fence really trying to get their specials online, but they're 2 down. Cinnamonster still staying strong with the control. Their penalty is about over. They're going to start gaining points here. And but we do picks coming through there. They do, both teams lose some aggression there. Immediately coming back though. And it comes down to here. There goes that Booyah Blaster. Booyah Blaster. We do see the Charge Strikes coming out there, but no! They barely keep the lead!
Oh, Fence keeps the lead, gets back the whole map with a wipeout. And now Cinnamonster is back to the drawing board. That is huge! What a close game, Matt, but Cinnamonster needs to regroup, needs to prepare another way in, and they're already back in the fight, but Devin is in position with that Elita.
And we see that penalty is slowly taken away. We see the leaders, we do see the bench hitting out, but 3 down on the side of Fence all of a sudden.
Yeah,
whoa.
I guess...
okay.
Cinnamonster is back on the zone. It's their turn to be on top of the grate in the last minute of that game. Penalty is not that big, Matt, and Cinnamonster is very much in the positions to make these points.
That Stamper going down again. There goes that Rapid though. Strikes are out. There goes that Booyah Bomb getting shredded by the try. We do see the zone getting capped there. 2 down on this of Cinnamonsters.
Yeah.
They are able to get that zone back.
Yeah, Cinnamonster once again defeated before they can get the lead, and we're near the end of that game. 20 seconds left. Yoshel Devin trying to push in with the leader right there, and with 10 seconds left, Cinnamonster needs all their paint, all their resources to go in. Oh wait, they're able to take the zone with a few good splats. Can Fence get back in there? It's overtime, but it's all the splats for Fence, who are tying up the score.
And with a 1-point game, Fence takes the win 92-91 in... Oh boy, this is an interesting set. I'm gonna be definitely late for my scrim. I think that's safe to say the way things are going. So thanks Fence and Cinnamonster for going back to back and being such a close set, because we're just going back and forth.
Yeah, that's... I mean, these top 3 teams that we've had in the finals, they've given us a show. They've given us incredible games, incredible back and forth. And that's why we love watching one more year of Splatoon. And now, Cinnamonster going on to Flounder Heights. That's a good counter pick, honestly. That's a counter pick that is bad for the opponent's leader. So I think that's a good idea from them.
I believe Zone's Flounder was actually what we opened up with for our loser semifinals, where we saw Cinnamonster able to push back on this map and completely force Boo Boo Gang into their base. So Cinnamonster, they know how to play on this map. They're ready to take this win, and Fence really has to be on. They have to be on top of the fence. That's the best way I can put it. They have to be on their guard at all times for this game 3.
Yep. And here we go. 1-1 between these 2 teams, and that's a tri-slosher. Oh, and the other side is changing weapons as well. A Luna Blaster on the side of Cinnamonster. Everybody's switching weapon for Flounder.
Wow, I mean, the Zap switching off for a try. Definitely a pick I wasn't expecting, But again, just like normal, we see those trades coming and flying in. 2 down on the side of Cinemonster, though. That's able to take a little bit of control here. There goes that decap, and Fence able to take control of that zone 30 seconds into this game.
Yeah, that's a great opening fight by Fence. Even though they lose their Stamper to the bomb, they have control of top mid, but they lose all of their players but Devin. Cinemonster back on the attack are going to retake their zone and we're back to another fight for top mid.
And we do see 2 down on both sides. They're trying to get enough control onto Fence's zone, but they aren't able to. The decap gets taken out there. Fence still has control. 3 down, 2 down on the side of Cinemonsters. Oh my lord, but we do see a two-piece from that edit, which is going to be huge for Cinemonster. But Fence, they still have that zone.
Yeah, Fence didn't have penalty applied and they're still very much in control. The strikes are flying from Cinemonster, but can Fence hold right there? All they managed to do was paint one of the zone. You need to paint both in double zones. As Fence is getting back control, Fence is on top, and Cinemonster now needs to rush the zone. There's only 20 ticks left, Matt.
We're going in. These are our final moments. We see Cinemonster. They're trying to, we do see that decap get completely shut down there. And with that, that's a 100-0 for Fence, forcing them to a 2-0. To a 2-1. 2-1.
A 2-1. Yes. Fence 2-1. Now are on match point. Are on tournament point. And it's on Cinemonster to find another counter pick, and without hesitation, they go to Urchin Underpass. That's a good move. That's the map where they managed to beat Blue Hour, and that's the map where they should go for the fight. That's, I think, the best map for them right now.
Yeah, I mean, we saw how well they were able to do against Blue Hour on this map, so this is definitely one of Cinemonster's best maps, so they're gonna have to use it to their full advantage here. And Fence, they've been playing on Cinemonster's counter pick so incredibly well, especially Flounder.
Yeah. Yeah, that's, I mean, Flounder is a map where if you're able to win the first fight, you have such a big advantage in the rest of the game, and Fence was able to play off of that advantage. Once they had their position in top mid, they let Cinemonster get back at some point, but they didn't let them push them away. Cinemonster needs a bigger push than that, needs to be able to flush Fence out of the zone if they want to win this tournament.
Alrighty, so going into this game, I mean, wow, this has been such an incredible grand final set, and I mean, these teams really have been going back to back, and it comes down to these final 2 games. I mean, honestly, it could be 7 games. It could be 7 games, but we don't want that. I don't think especially not me, because I have a scrim. But going into this final game, it's match point for Fence. They can close it out right here if they can beat Cinemonster at their own game. And we do see those Dapples come out. I love that.
Yes, the Dapples are back, of course, for Urchin Underpass. Cinemonster with their unusual comp with switching up the game. And meanwhile, Fence are still with the Tri-Slusher, and Fence is cleaning up, getting the wipeout in the opening.
And right here, they have to lock him out. They want to just finish this matchup easy. They want the 100-0. They want to KO them as fast as possible. We see the Dapples forcing that gal away, but we do see Triton on the side of Fence. Still keeping up the pressure, though.
Yeah, right now Fence is going in, but meanwhile the zone was painted by Cinemonster, who took control of mid. That is a well-played objective by Cinemonster, who are now defending to the side as Fence is up there trying to find their way back in.
But we do see going into the 60, Cinemonster able to get that lead, but Fence is on that offense. They're ready to push back in here. There goes that Booyah Bomb, and they just barely aren't able to shred it in time. And Fence back onto that zone. 1 down on the side of Cinemonster, 2 down, and they're forced to back up. But we do see some other picks happening on the other side of the map here. 2 down on the side of Fence, 3 down, and all of a sudden Cinemonster has control.
Cinemonster getting a delayed wipe, punishing the jumps in. That is huge moves by Cinemonster, and they still have their strikes ready now with the tactical. That's a lot of momentum for them. They're going to extend their lead. Fence needs a good push, and they need it fast. Oh, well, they need it now. Like now.
There you go. I mean, maybe you just gave them the push there. So all of a sudden, Cinemonster's 3 down, and Fence, they have that zone back. We do see some fighting happening in the corner. We see some trades on the board there. Fence has that numbers advantage, pushing up right away, but the Bucket is able to get the pick off of the try there. We see the try strikes. We see the Booyah Bombs coming out there. And we see the trades flying at the board. Fence able to keep the zone just a little bit longer, but Cinemonster still has that control.
Yep. They have that control. They respawn faster thanks to the beacons. And right now, Fence are back trying to paint that zone, but they're not able to. Huge bubbler right there. Cinemonster are holding their ground, and they're done with their penalty.
And going down here, it comes down to these moments. We see 2 down on the side, 3 down on the side of Cinemonster, and 2 down on the side of Fence. Fence able to apply a 38 penalty onto Cinemonster. And they have a chance that they're 2 down. They have control. They want to move in as fast as possible. Their penalty is now up. They're starting to gain points, and it comes down to this 2 down on the side of Cinemonster. They have to play this very carefully.
Yeah, right now, Fence in full control of the map. Cinemonster needs to find their way forward. The Decapitator is going to flank to the side, but the lead is flipped right there. Cinemonster going towards that zone. They need to paint it. They have the jumps in, but Fence is on top of the zone. That fight could decide it all. Fence painting, but no, it's Cinemonster keeping themselves alive by applying penalty and getting the splat.
Down to a 50 penalty for Fence, and Cinemonster almost done with their penalty, and they're 3 down, and all of a sudden this is flipped, and it looks like it could be in Cinemonster's favor here.
Yes, Cinemonster right now are holding the zone and are scoring some more. They're getting the lead, and Fence needs to paint to avoid the K. Oh, there's nobody from Fence to paint the zone. Cinemonster ties up the score. We are going to a game 5.
Guys, I can't be late for my scrim. What's going on, guys? This is definitely something we didn't expect here. We got a game 5 going in here. Cinemonster and Fence both tied up, but Fence is gonna have a bit of an advantage because they get to choose what they find, what they play on.
Yeah. That, as you said, that's a big advantage. Cinemonster, they managed to win on their map that really favored them. Now going on to Fence's counterpick is going to be a different one, is going to be a rough one. And Fence is going to go to Robo Roman for what could be our final game of the tournament of the year or the start of a bracket reset.
Yep. So, alrighty. Going in here, I mean, the pressure is on. I mean, both of these teams have been giving it their all, and Cinemonster is just 1 game away from forcing that bracket reset. And Fence, they don't want that. They don't want that.
Mm-hmm.
So right going now, in here, it's going to be very, very intense.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if Cinemonster can win this one, they are really resetting the pace of the set. They're really changing how things go. That could change a lot. And Fence, as you said, if you're them, you really want to shut it down right here, right now on a Robo Roman. But let's get in the game, Matt.
We do see both teams bringing out bringing out the comps they use the best. And here we go. It's tied up game to 5. 2-2 in grand finals. Fence versus Cinemonsters. Both teams about to give it their all. Fence able to get the first cap and a double coming out there, applying Fence that first zone take.
Yep. Huge opening by Fence already. You can tell why they chose this map. They're very comfortable here and very much able to take control of the space. Cinemonster now in need of a good push. Can they find their way in? I mean, they got the splat on the stumper. That should allow them to at least get into the zone. Maybe?
Yes. Going in for that zone. With the blaster keeping them at bay. There goes that cap, though. The bucket able to try to keep up that paint. Fence still has control. Able to get a little bit more. Cinemonster still aiming for that cap. But Fence is still keeping it up.
Yeah, and that's just 20 ticks remaining. Could it end just like that? Cinemonster losing all of their player and Fence simply ending it right here, right now. With an extra snipe. That's it. What a way to end the Dapple 2025 for... I mean, I need to try to say their name. For Cat and Son.
I can't.
For Cat and Son are your Triton-Cup 127 winners.
And wow, I mean, for how close this set was, 0 to 100 was not the way I expected this to end. But I mean, wow. Now, is this only the last train, or is this the last Dapple Productions tournament?
Yes, it is the last Dapple Productions.
Okay, so even more. I mean, wow. To close off Dapple Productions tournaments of 2025, Game 5 grand final set to finish it off with all very high-level players was definitely the way it should have ended. And what a performance from both of these teams.
Yeah, incredible performance, incredible plays. I mean... Triton-Cup always gives us incredible teams playing incredibly fast, and I love watching it so much. I hope I get to watch one more year of it. I'm glad we switched to a weekly for it, and I can't wait to watch more. But for now, it's time for us to say goodbye and see you next year. And before we do, Matt, do you have something to plug?
Right at the bottom of the screen at Matthew Mega everywhere. You guys are going to be seeing me next year, commentating as much as I can. Pat, where can they find you?
You can find me on Twitter, the handle that's written on your screen right there. If you remove the underscores, you can find me on Blue Sky as well, where I'm a bit more active. I'd like to give a big shout out to a wonderful observer, Naga, for doing a great job. And that's going to be it for us. Also,
I do want to say one thing. I believe I can say this.
Oh yes, you can.
There is a very big tournament happening tomorrow that all three of us, your commentators and streamers, are going to be playing in. So stay on the lookout for Race for Races.
Yeah,
definitely. I believe even our head TO Alice is also gonna be there as well, so make sure
our head TOs Alice and Pinky are playing.
Both of them are playing, so you're gonna be seeing, if we're still keeping up this Splatoon, you're still gonna be seeing a lot of Dapple representation for tomorrow. So make sure you go check out Race for Races, as all of us are gonna be competing on different teams. So I just wanted to mention that before we close out. But thank you all of you for an amazing 2025. This was an amazing way to close out Triton-Cup and Dapple Productions in general, and we will see all of you in the new year very soon.
Bye-bye!